The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi. Welcome to all this. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you so much for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody. Creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is posted up in the headquarters of iHeartMedia New York City.
What up?
They're in Midtown Manhattan.
It's me.
Just a stone's throw away from downtown. And listen, what a time to be had on a Monday. And it's a short week for us, so I know I don't have to tell you guys this. We have to pack in as much unbelievable hilarity as we possibly can in 3 short days. And frankly, I think we're up to the task. Well, we'll see. If you'd like to join us, 216-578-1007 in here, 800-348-1007. You want to send me a text? That number is 35192. The live stream, you want to watch the show. God knows why you'd want to, but it's there for you. There's no shortage of ways to consume all this.
We all have pretty good hair. That's a good reason to watch.
Hair. Well, there you go. What's Mary look like today?
Normal.
Normal.
But even on a normal day, your hair's still
right, yeah.
good hair.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm wearing a hoodie and some jeans. I just kind of look normal.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Not
good.
Really doing anything.
No show tonight.
No show
You're
tonight.
not gussied up for showtime.
No.
Okay.
I actually don't have any New York shows Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but then I'm in Bentonville, Arkansas, Thursday, Friday.
I assume a Walmart corporate gig.
No, a festival.
Oh.
Are you on? You're on it too,
I'm
though,
on
right?
it too, yeah.
Yeah, we're both doing Big Diamond Comedy Festival in Bentonville.
All right.
And then
Is this their inaugural, or is this
Yeah.
one that's been going on for a while?
This is inaugural. It's put together by Sam Talent, friend of the show,
Yep.
and our buddy Raj Suresh.
Oh, wow. All right. Out there in Bentonville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
All
then
right.
all next week, I'm on vacation with Brian.
Oh, right.
Cannot wait.
Yeah. Where are you guys going?
We're going. His parents have a house in Goodyear.
Oh, that's right.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we've seen each other pretty much once a month. Like the longest stretch we've gone this year doing like the long distance has been 6 weeks. But this, and when I'm home, I'm usually home on weekends, and we got the kid. So we've been spending time together, the 3 of us, pretty much every trip. And so this will be 7 full days, just the 2 of us, relaxing.
Lots of grown-up sexy time.
I cannot wait. And also just like...
Mary's trying to tell us, Bill, how railed she's going to get in Arizona.
I wasn't...
Where it's like, it would embarrass her to say that out loud, so
not
I'll
gonna
say
say
it
that.
by
I was
proxy. But
also saying that like we haven't been able to spend multiple days together without a bunch of crap going on. So it's going to be nice just to chill.
Uh-huh. Well, chill figuratively. It'll be 106 overnight.
Well, I
But
got a pool,
yes,
but
to
yeah.
chill figuratively and just kick it for a while.
Yeah.
That'll be nice for you. Yeah.
So excited.
Boy, I was reading about these Cleveland street takeovers. Was anybody around any of these Cleveland street takeovers?
I saw it on the news. I saw that.
I see videos on social media. It
Dudes,
looks like
people
fun.
on the thing I saw looked like somebody's going to get shot because it was someone with an airsoft pistol.
Yeah, Pelicans.
Yeah. On the highway stopping someone and surrounding, and you stop the wrong person, and all of a sudden a gun's pulled and you are dead. So,
Yeah. Your Daisy air rifle is going to be
I don't
no
like
match.
This trend is going to end
what
in
the
a
dude's
bad way.
Well, Cleveland police are trying to get their arms around it, and so far they said that they're not having much luck. It sounds like a concerted effort, and maybe some of you were out in the middle of these. Maybe you found yourself unwittingly in the middle of a street takeover. You know, we see them like doing donuts around Playhouse Square and stuff like that, and after
that's different. Like that's something where you can just drive around that. When the thing that I saw where they were wearing like the purge masks and were surrounding the dude's car, and like that's grounds. Someone could run you over in that situation, and people would be like, "Well,
you put yourself there.
Yeah, you put in that situation. I have no problem with them feeling like they're being threatened and protecting themselves."
West 25th and Lorraine, that is the heart of Ohio City. West 65th, Steelyard Commons, no shock there. MLK and East 185, East 93rd, East 55. Yeah, so a little bit everywhere.
What time of night were these?
After 11 o'clock Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try to set off fireworks on I-90. I mean, how do you get out there and just start firing stuff off? And
I mean, we must have just missed this because I had my show in Wadsworth, and we got back into, I was down there with Pants.
Yeah.
And we got back into Cleveland around 11 o'clock.
90 and West 14th, they shut it down westbound. Yeah, because the cops are checking on Instagram, and then they hit the Stadies up, and they go, hey, there's some stuff going on here. I'll tell you what, even out where I was over the weekend, like year-round at night, I have the bedroom windows open. Well, apparently it was homecoming this weekend, and so like Friday overnight, it was just nonstop people on the street, like teenagers screaming and running, and you know, we're still house sitting my mother-in-law's dog, so I got 2 dogs on the end of the bed. And I get up and I hear these 2 dudes yelling at each other at like 3 in the morning, and I stick my head up to the window. I'm like, I was asleep, and now I'm awake. And I go, what the hell is going on out there? And I'm being a looky-loo, outside my front bedroom window, and there's a dude on a bicycle. There's a guy in a BMW who's parked at the stop sign, right? So he's parked, and he's getting out of his car, and he's yelling at another dude who is on a bicycle. I don't know what these 2 gentlemen's initial interaction was, but at this point, they're yelling at each other. They're hurling all kinds of expletives at each other and gay slurs, as it were, And
always
the one dude,
gay.
it's always gay stuff. And the dude on a bicycle, like, cuts fully through my front yard. And I'm like, what is going on? He crosses the street. The dude in the car is yelling at him like, hey, why don't you come over here and say that? Like, has that ever worked? The kid on the bike is like, I'm on a bike, dickhead, or whatever. Yeah, why don't you come get me? They're just yelling at each other like across the street. I'm like, what is going on around here? Don't they know that Alan Cox is trying to get some sleep? And
Maybe that's why they did it, because they knew you were trying to get some sleep.
I don't know about that. But it was wild. Just, now, there was nobody setting off fireworks in the middle of my street or anything like that, but there were certainly, good grief, Mary, verbal fireworks right outside my window. Yeah. And then, of course, I get up in the morning, and there's tracks through my front yard right after I've done all my overseeding. Boy, the best laid plans. What are you going to do? But if you got caught in the middle of one of these street takeovers, I don't know what they're taking over, but it sounds pretty wild. Mike in Parma points out you'd think Cleveland police would be attracted to anywhere that was having donuts.
Hey, well done, Mike.
I got it. Oh. There was one video where they're breaking windows on the highway after stopping traffic. That air rifle is going to lose to a 45. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to get ugly.
Yeah, you got to assume
These
everybody's
kids
strapped.
are going to be acting like it's no big deal, and then someone's going to pull out a hand cannon, and then you're done.
Mm-hmm. Standing their ground, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. We've got a lot of shows, a lot of tickets to hand off to you throughout the course of the program. Oh, also, we are back to handing off $1,000. The Buzzard Bookie is back in session. Today is day 1, so we have plenty of opportunities for you to win. So about 30 past every hour, we're back to throwing you one of those keywords. So listen for those. There's $1,000 with every single one of them. That next one is coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. Got another $1,000 here for you. We're back on our bowl shrimp with the Buzzard bookie. So about 30 past every hour, you get one of these keywords, $1,000 attached to it. Why not you? Why not you? 2:30 will be the next keyword for you. Guardians end up canceling yesterday's game, the regular season finale, after a 3-hour rain delay. Had they played some of it?
No, they didn't play any of it. And it's such a bummer because Jose Ramirez was one home run away from being only the 7th person in Major League Baseball history to join the 40-40 club.
Yeah.
And that would have been really, really cool to have that happen.
If he got at least he was a home run and a double away from the second ever to reach the 40-40-40.
Yeah.
But at least if he got a home run, he'd be the 7th person to be the 40-40 club.
Yeah.
As, of course, for people who don't remember, there was a pop called 40-40.
No.
Where's the other 20?
I'm not good at math. Does there have to be another 20? I don't know.
That would make 100.
Well, who wants to make 100? 40-40's enough. Don't be greedy, Mary. What do they always say with people's diets? Follow the 80-20 plan. But I guess that's 100, because when it comes to food, you want 100%. Hey, Jose Ramirez, right. Because the team's got nothing to lose, right? But these guys who are kind of trying to hit some numbers, it's like, you want to do that.
Especially when it's something that's that historic. I mean, to be in that club of people that there's only 6 other players that have done that.
Yeah.
In the history of baseball.
Yep. And what is that? They have stolen 40 bases and they got
40 home runs.
40 home runs.
Yep. Jose Canseco, I believe, was the first person to do that.
Mm-hmm. And he was probably juiced up. J-Rams au naturel, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Guardians will start up again the postseason, which I'm a little fuzzy. They haven't set the dates yet, but there's a chance that this program might get preempted because we're going to be running all of those Guardians postseason games, obviously. But the first one is on Saturday here at home, and then that second one is going to be on Monday. So 1 week from today will be Game 2. But Game 1 will be this coming Saturday. Still don't know who we're playing, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. But we are the number 2 seed, is my understanding.
We'll play either the Astros or who are they playing? The Tigers.
Detroit Tigers. There you go. Your Cleveland Browns lose yesterday as well. All the stories about tempers flaring between players on the team. Well, they're getting frustrated. Or as my cousin says, they're getting frustrated. Either way, not a good look. So if you had, how did Whoopsie do, by the way?
She did not have the best week. I believe she went 2-3.
But she didn't pick the Browns this week.
No,
right?
she picked the Browns to win, and they lost.
Okay.
So
I was thinking this week she didn't.
She had all the Browns games right, but this week she thought they would get things back on track, and she didn't account for some things, I guess. Some factors.
She didn't account for all of the variables?
All the variables, being a dog and all.
Yeah.
I think she really just wants to treat.
Okay. Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't really think she's all that invested in the games.
So you're saying that her allegiances are divided, that she doesn't really have a feel for these games.
I mean,
you're saying it's kind of random.
No, you know what? I think she is doing her best.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get you around to that, because I think that's
I think 2-3 this week. She got the Buccaneers game right, and she got the Chiefs game right.
Buccaneers.
Yeah, Buccaneers beat the Eagles. Pretty good, too. Like, they beat the crap out of them.
Well, of course, there was some, not suspicion, but there was a theory that Baker Mayfield was shading Tom Brady, and then Tom Brady took a shot at him during the broadcast. But I think they both said, no, it's nothing but love. We weren't talking about the other person. But it's funny to hear Tom Brady, because, if you're an NFL quarterback, who is ever going to shade Tom Brady? But it is funny to hear him snap into, like, clapback mode, now that Tom Brady's on the mic there. But, Buccaneers are good. My Chicago Bears have rocketed all the way to 2-2. That's the best that you can do some years. If you are one of our bureau chiefs in Washington, D.C., you're pretty happy right now. D.C.'s got a guy that everybody loves, their quarterback, a guy named Jaden Daniels. They're 3-1, and that's usually not the case for a team like that.
And he is he's setting records.
Yeah.
And it's still early in the season, but if you're a Commanders fan, you're like, hey, this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, sure. Now, some people are asking, how many games does Whoopsie have to whiff this season before you consider putting her down?
Oh.
No, it's not.
That's not on the. Okay, good. They're asking me. I'm asking.
All right. Well,
on their behalf. That's good.
No,
I think that's great.
Just before, that's gonna be I know they're being silly, but no. I love that stupid dog so much.
They are being silly.
It's a
yes.
really silly joke. I love it.
The mere thought of it gets you upset.
Yeah. Yes. The thought of my putting down my dog because she wasn't good at football picks is not the
Listen,
best.
These are legitimate questions that
I don't know if it's legitimate.
These are fully legitimate questions that our customers are asking.
Cool. Thanks for the cool question. I love it. It's very funny.
All right.
Thanks for being so funny, customers.
You're not finding the humor in that.
I don't like the idea of killing my dog.
Not killing your dog, putting her to sleep.
That's killing her.
What? That's what they're doing when they put dogs down?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I
had other stuff going on today, and so when someone brings that up, and that's the one thing that makes me happy no matter what is my stupid dog.
You got other dog things going on?
No, I just got other life things going on.
Oh, I see. All right. And that's your dog is what's make you happy there.
Well, a dog does make me happy, and I don't know. Putting dog down humor isn't top of my list.
No? Veterinarian euthanasia is not where we're going to go today with this? Oh, I took my daughter, speaking of people shedding tears, I took my daughter to see a movie called The Wild Robot.
Brian just saw that with Blake last night.
It was so
2 nights ago, yeah.
good. So good.
He said it was awesome.
I guess it was a book.
Heard of this.
We never read the book, but it's so good. It's like an instant classic. You're watching this movie. Yeah, it's a kid's movie, so it's like when those come out, I go, hey, you want to see this? And sometimes she's like, yeah, and other times, she has no interest in Beetlejuice, anything like that. But they've been running the trailers for this Wild Robot for a while. And we're like, when that comes out, we're going to go see it. So they liked it too.
Oh, maybe I'll go see this on Sunday.
So good. By yourself?
No, I'll go with
your dog?
The girlfriend.
Oh.
Her daughter.
Can you take the dog to, a guy?
I could actually take the dog because she is legally registered as a service animal.
Really? Your dog?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, no wonder you don't want to put her down then.
Yeah, I need her.
Man, those are in short supply.
Mm-hmm.
We did the Cox Out pregame yesterday at the Lakewood Truck Park, and there were a handful of people brought their dogs. And this one guy named Lou came in to say hi. He had a massive German Shepherd with him named Vito. And so I was standing there, I'm talking to Lou, and I'm petting Vito, and but then because of, we're doing this Bud Light football thing where people are throwing the little footballs into the holes in the thing, trying to get, and Vito is going bananas because he's then trying to get the balls. He's like, it's like he's, and so poor Lou is standing there like, this is like a 125-pound German Shepherd, and we're trying to have a conversation.
Those balls. You guys are not throwing them great, but I'll get them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he starts howling once when he stopped getting over there. And then, for people who haven't been there before, the bar is just kind of, it's a big rectangular bar in the middle of the room there. And people were turning around because there's a dog howling, trying to get to the tiny little footballs, trying to play fetch. And so our conversation was cut short because Lou got Vito out of there. But big dog. You could ride this thing. I like smaller dogs. I've got money here for you. We're back to it. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Every one of these keywords got $1,000. So listen closely and good luck. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was watching a dude You know, there was some excitement if you're a Falcons or Saints fan. The Falcons beat the Saints with 2 seconds left. 58-yard field goal. And so that was the excitement there of the game, if you're a fan of either of those teams.
Youngway Koo from 58. It is good.
They got this kid named Youngway Koo.
Yeah, he's been around for a minute.
Yeah. And 58, and they beat him. But in the stands, people were beating each other up. You see this? A dude stomping on the guy's head?
I heard about it. I haven't seen the video yet.
There's no sound in the video. I don't know why.
It's crazy how many fights there are at NFL games. And I don't think this is like up. It's just with people having cameras all the time. Now we're seeing them. But I feel like there's always been fights at football games, but we just get video every week now.
I guess so.
I have a friend. He's an MMA instructor and a comedian, and he does breakdowns on all the fights.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he'll go through, and he's like, "This is my busy season because of all the fights that like
busy season."
Baseball games, you get a fight here and there. Basketball, you get a fight here and there.
Baseball.
Even hockey, not many fights. But he's like, every Sunday, there's at least 3 fights at football games that I can make videos of.
Yeah, baseball is pretty chill. Football just inherently has more machismo attached to it, you know? Mm-hmm. But this video doesn't, I'll show it to you if you're watching the live stream. It doesn't have any audio, but they're way up there in the stands. I mean, you can see the very top. And this guy he's got a guy down in between, and he's just grabs his dreads. He's stomping his head in between the seats, and this woman just tries to pull him away. And then there's 2 other people fighting, and they're getting thrown around too. And I'm like, what possesses a person to stomp on someone's head?
That's what happens when they close the Chick-fil-A on Sunday that's in the stadium.
At a football game. This is in Atlanta or New Orleans?
It's in Atlanta at the Mercedes Dome. And they have that Chick-fil-A, but they don't open it on Sunday. And this is what happens. People are hungry. They get a little hangry.
I guess
And then
so.
head stomping.
Wow. I mean, it would never occur to me. I'm trying to think. I'm not a huge Chick-fil-A guy. I'm trying to think of the food that I enjoy so much that if it were withheld from me, I would
squeeze
stomp
your head like I squeeze my salad.
I would stomp another person's head. I'm in between squeezy salad shipments, by the way.
Oh, no. What are you going to do?
So hold your fire on the squeezy salad. I just forgot to order more. It's easily remedied, but I need to decide if it's something I want to continue with. I like
Why wouldn't you? You're such a proprietor. Is that the right word?
No, but I get what you mean. No, I like them, and they're very, very convenient, but I just have to decide if I want to keep getting them. And I'll probably get, another shipment of them, but it's not something that, I don't know that that's a long-term thing. I wanted to try them out, and some customers have told me that they've tried them out, and they've enjoyed them. But, wow, head stomping there at the Falcons game.
Crazy. I mean, it's a freaking game, dude.
Unless
they were talking crap about them specifically.
No, they never are.
It looked like they were both Falcons fans, so I think this was like something else led to this besides just football.
Hey, your team stinks. One of those, really inflammatory language.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy's wearing a jersey. I mean, how many of these people are, frustrated former football players themselves who are staring at other people living their dreams? But they're up there in the cheap seats. And,
which
fights
still aren't
out.
even cheap anymore.
No, I know.
Not for a football game.
You're not getting up there for $20 anymore. No. So maybe they figure, hey, I paid my money. I can stomp whoever I want to. And it's always like, yeah, you're lucky my chick's here, It's always a young lady who pulls them off. But other people...
Someone got pulled off, too?
Yeah, she pulled the guy off right there.
Oh,
that's what calmed him down.
Started I thought it might have started. She was pulling the one guy off, and she's like, "Hey, the guy's like, hey, that's my lady."
Nope,
stop pulling him off.
I don't know whose lady she was, but she pulled him off, and then another lady pulled another guy off.
Stomping someone's head
it's heavy duty.
It's a lot.
It's not like the guy was wearing Crocs.
He's down.
Yep.
like the person's down and you're like, that's a little, like you already have the upper hand. You don't need to.
And in between seats at a sports arena, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of room to move. You're
Right.
on concrete and you're in this really narrow area. You can't even right yourself.
Cox and crew, Mike and Akron, traipsing around Westlake. Hey, so real fast, you're talking about this guy trying to sell sunlight to people, and it is all insanity. I swear I lost more brain cells as you dove deeper into this company's pitch, and it's not your fault this time that I lost brain cells, but I just wanted to call and say that you suck. All right, love me, love you, hate the show, bye-bye.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking about that last week. There's a company that wants to use reflector panels on the satellites that we already have in orbit to rent sunlight to people in places that are dark. Like it's nighttime here, and they go, hey, here are the coordinates. Could you reflect some sunlight?
So ridiculous.
Onto my block? Again, the way that they pitch it, they always have to pitch it like it has some grand humanitarian thing attached to it. That's how you get all the VC cash, and then you pivot to what you really want to do, right? Like everybody's freaking out because this Sam Altman guy, when he opened this OpenAI, ChatGPT, all that, he initially was like, this is going to be for the good of mankind, like all these tech dorks say. Their thing is going to be for the good of mankind, and it's going to be nonprofit, and we're going to, well, then he pivoted to, we want to make some profit. So people are trying to figure out. So he basically sold out everybody who was a part of building that organization, and had his CEO quit and the board quit and all this kind of stuff because he goes, nah, I'm doing this to make money. Well, of course you are. Why are you lying to us from the jump? We understand everybody's doing this to make money.
Because he had ChatGPT write his pitch, and so they're like, hey, if you tell people it's a not for profit, then they'll invest more.
Yeah.
And then.
Alan, I tried Googling squeezy salad. What do you mean? That's just my preferred nomenclature. The company is called Salad Power. And what they've done is they've basically put all of your fruits and vegetables into a very convenient pouch. So if you don't mind being a grown-ass man or woman, looking like you're having a little applesauce squeezy pouch, it's fine. Who cares? Do you think people are watching you while you eat? They're not. And that way, you get yourself a quick 90-calorie pick-me-up. Mary's not a believer in them.
Nope.
She's never had one.
Nope.
I would recommend anybody not cast aspersions on something before they've tried it themselves.
No.
How do you know you don't like lima beans, Timmy, if you've never even tried them? That's what was thrown at me when I was a kid, and then I ate lima beans. And, of course, it made me even madder because I was like, I knew I wouldn't like these. I told you I wouldn't like these, and now I don't. Now I've confirmed that I don't like them, and you made me go through all that. Because who the hell would like lima beans? You've never met a person who likes lima beans. Even if somebody can eat one and say, that's not too bad, you've never met that person. You've never met a person who likes lima beans, who goes, yeah, you know what my favorite bean is? Lima. You've never met that person. Alan, that sunlight thing would be great for night golfing. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know that the golfers, that's a very affluent sport.
Does it make that much light, though?
It's a 5 square mile radius.
Okay.
So you're going to piss a lot of people off.
For night golf.
Yeah, you're going to make a lot of people mad. That's why I can't figure out what the practical applications. They're pitching it like parts of the world that for agricultural purposes. I don't know what it sounds like. It's all kind of made up. The science behind it seems like it would be that it would work. But Alan, my 2-year-old, drinks those squeezy vegetable pouches. Yeah, well, you got a smart kid then. Because, but a kid, you're trying to get a kid to have...
Because it's baby food.
You're trying to get a kid to have vegetables.
Right.
Well, 2-year-old's not a baby. But you're trying to get a kid to consume vegetables. This is fruits and vegetables. And it's, listen, you know what I always say to people, Bill? If it's good enough for me, it's good enough for thee. You know how often I've said that?
You say it so much.
All the
big
time.
Mm-hmm.
People get tired of me saying it.
I'd rather you say that than so many other things.
Such as? What would you like me to not say?
50-50 club.
Well, no.
40-40
It was the 40-40
Well,
club.
that was this week, but last week it was 50-50.
And the reason that those are such a big deal is because they almost never happen. So how often really am I going to be making any kind of 50-50 joke?
How about
Very infrequently.
Good point.
Thank you. There's a 50-50 chance I'm going to make that joke in the near future. Al and I love lima beans. No, you don't. I'm telling you, you don't. Now people are telling me they like lima beans. All right. Well, but my point stands. I've never met any of you. So anecdotally,
You may have met
You've
some
never.
of them.
Nah, please. You think I'd associate with a lima bean eater? Hells no. I got to take a break. I got to calm myself down from this lima bean disaster. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to watch the show, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. And you can leave us messages if you listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
If you fly back with a bunch of cash, you have to declare it.
What do you declare? Who are you declaring to?
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go to the Animal Instinct Tour. It is Pop Evil and Bad Wolves co-headlining. It's going to get to Cleveland to play Temple Live at the Masonic Thursday, November the 12th. Ticketmaster.com will always have the details for you for that venue. You'll get my first pair this week, Bad Wolves and Pop Evil. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I was a sailor. I was born upon the tide.
Well, they keep coming, too, boy. They didn't stop at 3.
With the sea I did abide.
It's the great Chris Christopherson.
I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico.
He passed away.
I went aloft to furl the mainsail in a blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed. But I'm living still.
Chris Christopherson was one of the Highwaymen. Now there's only one left. Waylon Jennings died in 2002, and Johnny Cash died the next year, and Chris Christopherson died over the weekend.
Yesterday, right?
Yeah. And there's Waylon right there. And Willie Nelson, the only Highwayman who is left. And he's 94, 95, something like that. But Chris Christopherson, boy, I mean, this guy, he was in the 70s version. I mean, his CV is massive, right? He was a West Point professor, I think. He was a professor at West Point. He was an Army captain. He was a helicopter pilot. He was an actor. He was a singer. He was kind of considered part of that outlaw country thing for a while. But he came from a singer-songwriter type thing. He wrote Me and Bobby McGee.
Yep.
Which was a hit for Janis Joplin, I think, after she died. I think that song blew up for her. She was already dead, I think. But he was a smart dude. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He had a master's degree in English Lit. So he was a veteran, and he was a smart guy. He was a lefty. Politically, he wasn't a southpaw, I don't know. But he was a scholar and an activist, and this is one of these guys, you know. Some generations know him as the old guy from the Blade movies, you know. He was an actor. He was a Whistler in the Blade movies. Yeah.
Whistler, yeah. He was good in those.
Yeah, he was great.
Oh, maybe I'll watch the Blade.
Yeah.
I did. I had a therapist that when we would talk about like my career and stuff like that, and I'd talk about my relationship with my then at the time my wife, and she's like, "You should watch A Star Is Born." Starring Chris Christopherson and who's the
Barbara Streisand.
And I think that's kind of what your relationship is like. And I was like, I watched it and I was like, this is nothing like our relationship. This is
either
not,
you didn't describe it properly or she didn't understand.
I think she just wanted me to watch the movie.
Yeah.
And I watched it. She also had real red lipstick and between that that homework assignment and a few other things, I told my ex-wife, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't think you should keep going to her." And I was like, "We'll find someone else."
Yeah, she's not fitting my vibe. But A Star Is Born is a movie that's been made umpteen times. I think the original version was in the 70s. They did it with Bradley Cooper and Gaga a couple of years ago.
I think the first version was in the 50s, actually.
Was it?
I think there was an older version, yeah.
And they did one in the 70s. It was supposed to be Elvis and Barbara Streisand. Elvis's manager blew the deal or whatever. So it was Chris Christopherson, who looked way more the part. He had like long hair and he had the beard and he was a good-looking dude. And, you know.
There was 1937, 1954, 76, and 28.
There you go.
So it's, yeah.
Yeah. I thought there were more than that. So the Bradley Cooper one was the first one since the 70s.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, this one kind of hit me because when I was a kid, Star is Born came out in 1976. My mom was a huge Barbra Streisand fan. She was a big Chris Christopherson fan. And in the 70s, 60s and 70s, when they would release album soundtracks of movies, a lot of times it would be the music and a lot of dialogue from the movie. Like my mom had the old Romeo and Juliet soundtrack album, and it was a lot of dialogue. There weren't songs in
the Leonardo DiCaprio one? Love me,
with Claire Danes. No,
me.
not the Baz Luhrmann one, the Franco Zeffirelli one from the 60s. But the album...
Does she like that song, though?
From the Cardigans?
Yeah.
Does my mom like the Cardigans?
Yeah.
I don't think she knows who the Cardigans are.
Well, it was in Romeo and Juliet. That was like the main song.
Yeah, but I didn't see that one. No, I was texting my mom this morning because of another person who died, who was on one of her stories. So when I was
on Instagram?
No, one of her soap operas.
Oh.
Well, the one she watches, the guy who died there. But when I was a kid, my mom was playing the Star is Born soundtrack a lot. And so these songs are burned into my brain from when I was...
What was the song from that one?
There were a bunch of them. I mean...
Well, like, what was the big song? Because, I mean, the Shallow from the 2018 one, like, that song was pretty popular.
The big one from 1976 was, let me see, because I'm going to play a little clip of one for him on stage called Watch Closely Now. What were the songs? Evergreen, I think, was the big song from the Star is
I feel
Born.
like there was also way more music in that one than there was in the 2018
I think you're right, because Barbra Streisand sang most of them, but he sang like Hellacious Acres, because he was obviously the rock star in the movie, and she's the up-and-comer. She was Esther Hoffman. I don't know what the names were in this new one, but he was... his character was named John Norman Howard, and he's a big rock star in the movie. Gary Busey was in this movie, but my mom played the soundtrack all the time. And so this clip makes me feel like I'm like 8 years old again when I hear it, because I heard it all the time.
You'll observe a curious exchange of energy. Are you a figment of my imagination? Or I one of yours?
Now, mind you, I didn't know what was happening when my mom would play these songs. I just remember them like they were yesterday. But Chris Christopherson was in The Highwaymen, and he was, like I said, he did the original Me and Bobby McGee.
If it sounds country, man, that's what it is.
Died at his home in Maui. That's a way to go, I guess.
Feeling good was easy, Lord, when Bobby sang the blues. Feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee.
I did see a Chris Christopherson obit, though, that somebody put online that was a picture of Jeff Bridges. So that's got to make him feel good. Well, they have similarities, the long hair and the beard and the thing, depending on what iteration of Jeff Bridges you get. But, yeah, that Highwaymen song was a #1 song that the four of those guys did. And, of course, Willie Nelson is the last one standing from that group. So Chris Christopherson died. An actor named John Ashton died. People remember him from the original Beverly Hills Cop movies.
Yeah.
He was kind of heavier then. He got real thin. He was in this recent one.
Yeah.
They rebooted it with Eddie Murphy, and they brought everybody
Axel
back.
F. Yeah.
John Ashton was John Taggart in those Beverly Hills Cop movies. He died over the weekend. But he had been an actor for a long, long time. Dikembe Mutombo died.
That's a bummer.
Yep.
That guy did a lot of good stuff outside of basketball.
He was young. He had brain cancer. He was only 58. Yep.
Yeah.
Young and spry. Dies of brain cancer. My first thought was, remember the Geico commercial from about 10 years back where people would they would be out and about and Dikembe Mutombo would smack something out of their hands and waggle his finger at them?
You're right. That's a fifth floor problem.
Not in my house.
Woman trying to put her laundry in the basket, slaps it away.
No.
Toll booth.
Not today.
Coffee filter.
Jimmy, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
Happier than Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot. Get happy. Get Geico.
Yeah, they had an ad campaign with a couple of guitar-playing hipsters about 10 years back, and it was Dikembe Mutombo who would just walk through. And he and Alonzo Mourning back in the day, I think they both went to Georgetown, and that's really when they started to make their name. He had come over on some kind of visa to go to college. But he was diagnosed with brain cancer in October of 2022, and it finally got him. He could not block the Grim Reaper. But he played, I was thinking he played for one team, but he played for a bunch of teams.
No, he played for like 12 teams or something. He bounced around the league quite a bit, but he also did so much humanitarian work, too.
He did.
That was really just
mostly known
dude.
for that, yeah. Post-NBA. Yep. No, I thought, for some reason, he played most of his career with the Rockets, but he was with a lot of different teams.
He was with the Rockets, he was with the Nuggets, he was with the the Hawks.
Yeah.
He
did a season apiece for the Sixers, Nets, and Knicks.
Yeah.
And then played the last 5 years, retired in 2009, was playing for the Houston Rockets. So Dikembe Mutombo died, and then this guy that a lot of people don't know, but I texted my mom, a soap opera actor named Drake Hogestyn, who was on a show called Days of Our Lives, which was my mom's soap opera.
Like sands through the hourglass.
You nailed it.
So are the days of our
You nailed it. That show was on since like the 50s, I think. And this guy, Drake Hogestyn, good-looking dude. The pride of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Bill. And he had pancreatic cancer. He was 70, and he died. Did a lot of stage work, but people who watch that show know him from that. And so I texted my mom because I knew she would be crestfallen. He had been on that. You know, a lot of people who were like famous A-list actors got their start on soap operas back in the day. But also a lot of those people just keep the soap opera gig. Because if you can surf those waves and not kind of get aged out, you can have a pretty good career. I mean, you're working a lot of hours. Those aren't easy to do. But you're making good money. You're a working actor. There's a lot of people who will put in, 40 years on a soap opera, and he's one of the guys that did that. Occasionally he would go back home to Fort Wayne, Indiana. But he played a character named John Black. And he was very shady in the early days of that. I remember my mom watching the show when I was in junior high. She still watches it. She's like, it's on Peacock now. I still watch it. It's so sad.
Binge it.
Huh?
She can binge it.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, she was, they were going on VHS every day. VCR was taping them. But now they're on Peacock. So this is on the heels of Maggie Smith dying, famous British actress who died. So a lot of people have died in the past few days. A lot of high-profile people. Obviously, as I understand it, there are people dying all the time. But it's the famous people that we really take notice of. Hello, Eric.
I'm here.
What's up?
Hey, how do you guys not remember him in Convoy? One of the best. He was the rubber duck.
I didn't say I didn't remember him in Convoy. I just wasn't talking about Convoy.
You guys never brought it up. You're like, oh,
you're talking
movie.
about.
He is so much better.
You're talking about Chris Christopherson.
I am.
Yes, he was. Okay, he was in Convoy. Yes, but I just didn't.
He was the main character, but it was the best movie he's ever done.
Oh, you
Come
think?
On, man.
Better than A Star Is Born or Blade? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Streisand sucked.
Wow.
He made the movie Convoy.
All
Bill,
right.
How did you not bring that up?
Because I've never seen Convoy.
You don't have to convince me.
God.
This guy, boy, he's really... Eric, are you a truck driver? Why do you have such an affinity for Convoy, which at best was a novelty movie?
Because I had a 45, and on one side of the 45 was Chris Christopherson singing the old, we were headed for bear on I-10, about a mile out of Shady Town.
No, listen, it was definitely good.
Over and over.
Yep, definitely good. I just didn't think of it, Eric. My condolences and apologies.
No worries, man. But God, nobody remembers that movie.
C.W. McCall was the guy who did the song.
Oh, what, really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Chris Christopherson did some stuff in the movie.
Didn't do it.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he did some songs in the movie. But I did not know that C.W. McCall did that song. But man, that was the epitome of truck driving back then. And no, I've never been a truck driver.
Yeah, it was. Back then, there was a really short period of time where everything is about truck driving. It was Convoy, and it was friggin' Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit I've seen, but I never got around to Convoy.
All right, Eric, thank you. There's Eric, who is just beside himself about Chris Christopherson and Convoy, yes. C.W. McCall, I mean, this song kind of got away from him. He was like an ad man or something. He wasn't a singer. He just did some novelty song, and it blew the F up. Yeah, Convoy, Ally McGraw was the female lead. She was super foxy back in the day, too. Bear in the air.
Old truck says, here's the duck. We about to go a-hunting bear.
I mean, doesn't this make it move for you? I mean, I have to think that that's how Eric felt when he heard this song. Couldn't be more 70s, by the way. But yeah, Convoy, 1978. He was Rubber Duck. He was and he was in Semi-Tough and all kinds of heavy-duty movies at the time. So Chris Christopherson is dead. Also dead, Zachary Levi's career. This is a friend of Mary's who, yeah, best friends.
Absolute best friends.
Yeah, Zachary Levi is the guy who played Shazam in a couple of movies. We just saw him not long ago in an iteration of Harold and the Purple Crayon. That's his most recent movie. And I don't know how well that it did. I know it wasn't out for very long, but he was in that. And he was in Detroit for the Reclaim America tour. He is all in on Donald Trump. Even he says this is probably career suicide because Hollywood is a very liberal place, of course. So he was a guy who wanted to vote for Bobby Kennedy Jr., but then he dropped out. And so he did this event in Detroit with Tulsi Gabbard, another Russian asset, and some other people. And Zachary Levi, who's a good-looking dude, but now that means that he has to throw in his lot with guys like James Woods and, what's his name, John Voight and Kevin Sorbo. It's like, once you're over there. But Zachary Levi, who I think, Mary, your anecdote was you ran into him and he was complaining about the vaccine or something like that?
No, not at all. I met him. Jeff Dye introduced me to him. He said, this is my buddy Zach.
Makes
I
sense.
talked to him for 5 minutes at the Comedy Store. And then when I was driving through Burbank to the station out there, the iHeart station, I saw his face on a giant billboard for Shazam. And I was like, oh, my God, I met that guy last night. And then you turned that into he's my best friend. That's the entire interaction.
All right, Mary's the only one out of the three of us who have met Zachary Levi.
He was
I guess.
Very nice. He
for
said
the
hi and
right,
kind of BS'd a little bit, but it was.
It's called sensationalism, Mary.
Yeah.
A little trick we use here on the show to make this dumb crap sound interesting. So yeah, he was Shazam in those DC movies, and he was always complaining that those movies. The first one did great. The second one flopped hard, and he was blaming like Hollywood and the audience. He's a guy that has an axe to grind with something. I don't know, but a good-looking dude, and he's thrown in with the Trump camp. He's like, we're gonna reclaim America, and we're gonna take it back, and blah blah blah. But again, by his own admission, he says this is obviously not going to be good for my career. So we'll see.
I feel like Shazam 2 was worse for his career.
I didn't see either of them, so
I saw them both.
Yeah,
I didn't hate Shazam 2 was just a mess. Like they just had so much going on, and but the first one was pretty fun.
Well, he got famous off a TV show called Chuck.
Yeah,
that was on for a few years.
He had a role in Marvelous Mrs. Maisel too.
Oh, did he
one
really?
Of the seasons, he was like her love interest.
Oh, okay.
For one of the seasons.
Yeah, I didn't watch that either, but
Cake did the intro song for Chuck.
And he's like the main dude in the Tangled movie, I think. He did one of those like Disney or Pixar movies or something too.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, the guy's had like a good career, you know. Harold and the Purple Crayon was the last thing I saw him. And he's got a couple of movies coming out. His very first role was in an untitled Cisco project. And he was on The Masked Singer last year. And he does video game voices and things
Cisco
like that.
the rapper?
Oh, yes. No, Cisco the attorney, Mary.
Cisco the food
Cisco
service.
Esquire.
I don't know.
The food delivery.
Attorney at law. Yeah, so anyway, we'll see what happens there. But, you know, you can do what you want. It's his career. It's his life. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. Hey, you want to join young Bill Squire for Halloween? He's hosting the second annual Halloween Bash and costume contest, Oddfellows, at the Common Ground in Medina, coming up the 26th of this month. You can go to medinaoddfellows.org. I will have a couple of tickets for you after the break. And then 3:30 is going to be the next keyword. We're back handing out money from the Buzzard bookie. There's $1,000 coming up for you.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on
versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
His name is Alan, and he's giving stuff away.
All right, who doesn't love a Halloween party? You can join Bill at Oddfellows' second annual Halloween Bash and Costume Contest. It is Saturday, October 26th at the Common Ground in Medina. A night of casino-style gambling. DJ Pauly Moist is going to spin. Disco Inferno is going to play live. And our own Bill Squire will be your... Will you be a master of ceremonies?
Yeah. I'll be...
A master of ceremonies. All the info, tickets, everything else, go to medinaoddfellows.org. You can get this pair of tickets right now. Figure out your costume, money to be won, and be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I need a little pick-me-up here. A little Earth, Wind, and Fire. Come on, throw the buzzard. W. Didn't you say there's $1,000 for the contest?
Yeah.
All right.
Grand prize.
Grand prize. So line up, ladies, because it's going to be one of you who wins. You ever been to a Halloween costume contest where a dude wins?
Who won the year that we...
A girl.
Was it a girl?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it wasn't like a sexy outfit, though. I've been to one, though. I think I did one at the Natural History Museum. That was a dude that won.
I went to one at 78th Street Studios, and there was a guy who he had to have had some kind of a background in like it's not called graphic design. What's it called when it's for movies?
Special effects?
Special effects, because he went as like a haunted corn monster.
All right, well then I guess a haunted corn monster?
He was like, he had like corn stalks all over him.
I would think corn monster would suffice.
Haunted.
A haunted corn.
Extra scary.
Yeah, I was going to say
scary.
corn monster would freak me out. It doesn't have to be haunted.
Well, he killed
I assume
it.
that.
His outfit must have taken hours.
Yeah.
And that year I went as the chick from Pulp Fiction.
Mia Wallace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With like the
Uma
syringe
Thurman.
and everything like that.
With the black bob wig.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. He took first place, and I had my boobs out with a syringe in them, and I took second place. And I was like, he's got to be so mad about that.
Well, you know what, though? I guess it is very much venue specific, because if you're talking about something like that.
At an art museum.
Yes,
yeah.
or natural history museum. But I mean, when we're doing them in like bars where you're going to the audience, who do you think? And they're like,
sexy nurse.
Right, sexy nurse. And she frankly should win, because if anybody needs $1,000,
pay for them boobs.
It's a young, hot girl. Right, they don't get anything. They're, if anything, Mary, that you know this, the young, hot girls are chastised because people are too scared to come and talk to them. Mm-hmm. They're like, hey, I don't ever get asked out. I had a gawky phase in high school, and I don't ever get asked out. Well, anyway, I'll have those tickets for you tomorrow and Wednesday to join Bill there in Medina. Paul Reiser is going to be back on the show on Wednesday, as a matter of fact. He's got something coming out that I'm going to talk to him about. I think it's a film. I think he and a friend have put a film together. And I'll be talking to both of them on Wednesday. And then Jason Alexander on the show next week. He and his buddy Peter Tilden, who was a longtime television producer, and I know him primarily from doing talk radio in Los Angeles. But Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden are going to be on the show next week. They do a podcast. And I don't ever have, I get hit up all the time. You want to have this person on, and it's always for podcasts. And I'm like, no, because we already promote these dumb shows that people have on this app we have that nobody's ever heard of. But obviously, I'm a massive Seinfeld nerd. And so, of course, I'm going to have Jason Alexander on. And so that'll be next week. I don't think I've ever had him on. I've had Paul Reiser on a handful of times over the years, but I've never talked to Jason Alexander. And what he doesn't know is my questions are going to be solely, front to back, about his McDLT commercial back in the day, where he's got the white suit on and he's dancing down the street. But he's a working actor, pre-Seinfeld.
Our friend Martin Malloy's sister invented the box for the McDLT.
That styrofoam clamshell? That hadn't been around until the 80s?
I don't know. She designed it or something like that. She
Wow.
had some hand in the McDLT.
Good job.
That's something he's told me about on several occasions.
Is that something that made her wealthy?
I don't know.
It was probably usually when somebody invents something, they're working for a company, and the company gets all the...
She was working for McDonald's at the time.
Gotcha.
I don't think it made her wealthy. I think it's just one of his facts that he tells you and then walks away. My sister invented
Nice to meet you.
McDLT.
My sister invented the case for the McDLT.
No, he doesn't say nice to meet you. He'll just say it and then walk away. Or he'll be like, do you want to buy a wristband? No? Okay, bye.
Yeah. He was on your show the other night?
He was on my show the other night. He killed.
Somebody texted me early
funny.
this morning and said, went to Bill's show, and it was fantastic.
It was a lot of fun.
So,
thanks to everybody that came out. It was just they showed up, they laughed, they had a great time. There was one lady that I was pretty sure was going to be a problem, and she ended up being a delight, and she wasn't an interruption after all.
Why did you think she was going to be a problem?
She was a little drunk, and she was talking at full volume when people were already like on stage. But I asked her once, I'm like, hey, just can you keep it? And then she was fine, and she laughed, and she
older lady.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But we had a very broad range from people in their 20s to people, well within 60s, maybe 70s even.
Yeah.
But it was great. It was really, really fun.
Where was this again?
Retro Ink in Wadsworth.
Retro Ink. That is not a tattoo parlor.
No.
Yep. Okay.
Like incorporated. But
Gotcha.
Tom, the owner there, great dude. David that helped me set it up. It was a really good time.
Mhm.
It was the first time Pants did like a longer set. He did really well with that. Kelly Thulis hosted. She's very funny. So it was a really good time. And yeah, I wish I had more like, oh, this is great. But it was just kind of went off without a hitch.
A good solid show.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people asking me, I have not watched. They basically came out with all guns blazing for the premiere of the 50th season of Saturday Night Live. They brought out all the celebrity cameos and I guess for the cold open. I've just seen a bunch of clips. But they got Dana Carvey to do Joe Biden.
Oh, I love Dana Carvey.
I love Carvey too, but it felt like they were just he was trying to kind of resurrect, because they used to have Mikey Day doing Biden. He was okay at it. Obviously, Dana Carvey is a big deal.
I was laughing my ass off.
Gaffigan as Tim Walz was funny.
Gaffigan as Tim Walz. I'm not kidding. For a second, I was like, that looks like Tim Walz.
It's perfect casting.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
I was like, that did they actually? And then I think Gaffigan's just a little thinner now than Tim Walz was. But I was like, it took me a second to figure out who it was.
Yeah. Well, and he's from Indiana. He can probably lock right into that kind of vibe. You know what I mean?
I haven't been this excited since I saved 4% cash back on a lawnmower at Menards.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, this is
Menards. Yep. And, they got Maya Rudolph back playing Kamala Harris, and Gene Smart was the host. And they had Andy Samberg come back as Doug Emhoff, which is Kamala's husband. And James Austin Johnson, of course, he's been Trump for a while now. But yeah, Gaffigan as Tim Walz was great. Now, I think to a lot of people, they didn't know that was Jim Gaffigan.
I did not.
Huh?
I did not. And I know who Jim Gaffigan is.
Well, that's what I mean.
It took me a minute.
I think there are some people who don't know who Jim Gaffigan is, even though he's a big, big deal. Yeah, so they pulled out all the stops.
My favorite part of that whole episode was definitely Bone Yang as Moo Dang.
He comes out.
That was just so stupid and funny. Like doing kind of playing off a Chappell Roan.
Yeah, what happened with her? Like everybody's giving her a hard time now for something.
She's canceled some shows.
Yeah,
and
she's got an attitude.
She doesn't like people.
Wait, she didn't knock a lady up, did she?
No.
Okay.
She she doesn't like when fans scream at her, and she just wants there to be boundaries between her and her fans. And she went on. I did a post about it, I did a bit about it in Perez Bilton a few weeks ago, where she was talking about all the different ways that she wants people to leave her alone, or like just I'm a woman, just leave me alone, but like all that stuff. And this is Moo Dang doing the same thing.
Let me bring it up here. Another couch apart to make that
It's
costume
exactly what
there.
it looks like, and it's very,
Yeah.
I like the shabbiness of the costume.
Mm-hmm. So that's a Chapel Roan riff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you understand where she's coming from, but I also think is there a middle ground there? I mean, plenty of people have traversed the you got to set boundaries with me kind of thing without it immediately flying back in their face. I don't know what it is.
She's so like,
abrasive.
F you,
Yeah.
get away from me. I don't want to be around you.
Is that what it is?
I mean, I can't imagine rising to fame as fast as she did.
Right.
And that's got to be a lot, especially if you already have social issues like anxiety and things like that. But do you also think that you kind of sign an unspoken contract? Like when you're going to be famous or you want to do this, people are going to be excited to meet you.
That's what I mean is
That's
I think
kind of
there's
part of it.
Especially within that genre, like when you become a gay icon and like are writing songs that mean so much to people, of course people are going to feel like they have a connection with you.
How do I become a gay icon? Because, boy, it's real. Once you become a gay icon.
I'm pretty sure you are to that one guy.
Well, right. Yeah, the one guy who calls all the time. He loves me, but.
You homosexual!
Right,
Gay
but he says it in a way that seems defamatory and that he's trying to get one over on me.
You fairy!
But, yeah, I don't know. Might be time for me to become a gay icon. You know, Pound Cake's gone, and that was kind of his area of expertise. But, boy, I don't know how you do it. Chapel Roan, who, for most of us, came out of nowhere, and I still don't know what she was doing before she got, she went from, I'm on, was she, doing bedroom pop or something before all this?
I don't know what she was doing. I heard of her probably in the spring, and from that time to now, she just blew up so big.
Yeah. Largest audience ever at Lollapalooza.
Yeah.
Kaylee Rose Amstutz, known professionally as I'd go by Chapel Roan too if my name was Kaylee Amstutz, from Willard, Missouri. Oh, good for her. Hey, I got money here for you. It is $1,000. It's a chance for you to grab some money here from the Buzzard Bookie. We're back at it, so about half past every hour. Just be listening for these keywords, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Boy, they have wasted no time slapping together a whole bunch of Diddy docs. They got one on Tubi. I was clicking around over the weekend briefly, and they have a Diddy doc on Tubi. They've got one on Hulu called Sex, Lies, and Freak-Offs, which probably took them all of 3 seconds to come up with that. And it's just, a bunch of B-roll from interviews and things that they throw together. But, man, these streamers, they just must have a staff that's there. And when some kind of news like that breaks, they're like, get this put together now. We only need 45 minutes to an hour. Just slap something together so we can get it on the platform. You know who I wonder has somebody who might have an interesting perspective on the Sean Puffy Diddy Dirty Combs thing? Is Brother ADX. I bet he's got all kinds of you've got to have all kinds of arcane and esoteric knowledge about what's really happening with this Diddy case, Brother ADX.
I'll tell you what, put a pin in that. We'll get back to it. I wanted to just
Here I set him up, and he goes, I got it. Okay, go ahead.
He's got more to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, let's make a first point. You are, in fact, a gay guy. First of all, you hired Pound Cake. Ding. And the next other thing is that you
wait.
several times.
Hold on. We can't just fly past that. So if you hire someone that's gay, that makes someone else gay?
Yes, Bill. It's the transitive property. Thank you very much. It makes me a gay icon because I fought to get Pound Cake on the show. Continue.
Yeah, it's called Birds of a Feather Flock Together.
There you go.
Number two,
flock, he said.
Flock,
Bill.
Oh, yeah. And the other, number two, you've said several times in the last hour about certain actors that were very good looking. You said that several times since I've been listening to the show.
Game recognizes game.
Yeah. Well, straight guys don't say, hey, here's Tom Cruise. He's a very good-looking guy.
Of course they do. Straight guys who are comfortable in their sexuality, Brother ADX? I know if a guy's good-looking. What, you got to tell me Tom Cruise isn't a good-looking guy? He just got lucky and made movies for 40 years?
Yeah, I just don't talk about it. I don't say, hey, he's a good-looking guy.
He's repressed. He's in the closet. There you go.
I'm not gay. I'm deeply closeted.
I have sex with women, and I have relationships with women and sex with men. Yeah.
There's probably plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of gay guys like yourself who have wives and children under the guise of being gay.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cover-up. It's a big cover-up. I understand. Now, what was your question on Diddy?
Well, no, but Brother ADX, surely you can understand that as a straight person, I can recognize if someone is visually pleasing. Is that a no? Is that a no?
I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women.
All right, man. You got questions on Diddy, of course.
But
Diddy,
Brother ADX, you feel
MD.
it seems like you're so afraid of even having anything, like saying like a guy's attractive is something that you're so scared of being gay.
Well, no, but you can't you're telling me you can't recognize if a guy's good looking?
No, I'm just saying I wouldn't verbally say it. Hey, that guy's good looking over the radio.
Why not?
Why?
Why though?
What?
The straight guys, just not in our vernacular. Hey, that's a very good looking guy.
Yeah, but I'm a straight guy, and it's clearly in mine. I have an unblemished record of staunch heterosexuality.
Yeah, that's what you say, but who knows what's going on behind the doors about it.
See, you can't get one past him.
I am not
you
gay.
You and Pound Cake were in a hotel room together, and you and Pound Cake has been on
sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Meetings together.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
All right, what's your question?
My question was, you have to have an unusual take on what's happening with Diddy. Is he getting railroaded? Is this all made up?
Well, first of all, Diddy was lied to by his attorneys that he was going to get bail. In sexual trafficking cases, there's no bail. It doesn't matter how rich you are. You're not going to get bail, and he's not knowing this. Thank you. Him not knowing this is why he's sitting in jail with no bail and has actually been denied twice for $50 million that he even offered up his mom's house that he bought her.
Yeah, think of how badly you want to get out of there when you go, I'll give you $50 million. They're like, this guy's a flight risk. All he needs is to get to his PJ, and he's out the country.
Right, and also, I just posted this on Facebook, that God is using Diddy to bring Hollywood down.
This is what I'm getting at. Tell me how. Is Zachary Levi part of it?
Well, it's because of the video of these freak-offs. There's Leonardo DiCaprio, there's Cardi B, there's Nicki Minaj, there's Drake, there's Ashton Kutcher, there's Demi Moore, there's Kim Kardashian in these videos, and also...
Wait, hold on one second.
Wait, could Diddy just have been getting punked the whole time?
So God went from flooding the entire world to having to use... video at this isn't how God worked in the Bible. This is a ridiculous claim to be like, oh, this is how God's taking down Hollywood when he can have a mudslide wipe the whole thing out in any second. Come on, ADX, do better than that.
If you listen to what Cat Williams said in January,
and I do.
2024. Yeah, he's in 2024. All lies will be exposed. It doesn't matter if you're Diddy or TD Jakes or any of them. They're all lies will be exposed in 2024, and we're actually
so wait, is he the prophet?
Place now.
Hey, Clinton.
No.
Yeah. Hey, Clinton, you want to talk to Brother ADX?
Oh no.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to call out Brother ADX. I think he has some internalized homophobia. And he might want to look a little bit inward. Maybe he's got some strong feelings inside, and that's the reason he's speaking out so hard, because he's afraid of what's going on right inside there? Because as soon as he was like, hey, you know, you can look at any man, nobody's going to say that's an attractive man. No, absolutely you can.
Yeah, when you're speaking out verbally, saying that you think some guy who's same sex is attractive, that's a signal that you might have some sugar in your tank.
Sugar in your tank.
Wait, but if you hold it in, it's not?
You can't look at that man and say that's a beautiful man.
If I were to show Brother ADX, I've never met Clinton, but let's just say for the sake of argument that he's a beautiful man, and I showed you a picture of Clinton. Anyway, you think there's going to be an ugly guy named Clinton? Come on.
What if I say he sounds hot?
There you go.
Hey, you guys. Hey, I like how you guys are making light of this, but there's still
making light of it. Yes, because it's patently absurd. That's why we're making light of it. I know it's deathly serious to terrified straight guys everywhere, but nevertheless,
I am not homophobic. I don't really have any gays in my family, but if I did, I would embrace them and love them just as if they were straight.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would because you're so gay.
Hey, and I'm sure, Brother ADX, you can agree with me when you say, hey, real recognizes real. When it comes to game, when it comes to whatever, when you look at a man, you'd be like, oh, that man can fucking get it.
Hey, listen, thank you, boys. Listen, I got to move on here, but thank you, Brother ADX. I think that, listen, that we're going to understand that given the law of averages, that he probably does have a gay member of his family, and maybe they will feel compelled to now come out to him since he's in the right frame of mind to welcome that into his life. But I just wanted to hear his take on the Diddy thing. He got all off on another thing. Okay, listen. I got to take a break here. Hey, want to go to Sonic Temple? I got those passes for you. 4-day. They're up to 4 days now for Sonic Temple. 4-day stadium weekend passes for Sonic Temple Art Music Festival. It is next May. They got Metallica and Rob Zombie and Alice in Chains and Alice Cooper. And there's probably another Alice in there. And I will have those for you after the break. 35192. Text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Miss football.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Doop-doo.
All right, Sonic Temple is shaping up to be one of the heaviest lineups they've had in a long time. It's May 8th through the 11th at Crew Stadium in Columbus. It's Metallica, your two-night headliner. Rob Zombie opening for them that first night. Alice in Chains the second. Alice Cooper and Killswitch Engage, and they've got Trivium on the bill. And Power Trip, and Testament, and Chevelle, and Arch Enemy, and Seven Dust, and Obituary, and lots more bands to be announced. So they're kind of trickling them out, but it's going to be a great weekend. I got 4-day GA weekend stadium passes for you for Sonic Temple, May 8th through the 11th. SonicTempleFestival.com for all the details and to peep that lineup there. So caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
I woke up this morning with a bad hangover, and my penis was missing again. This happens all the time. It's detachable. This comes in handy a lot of the time. I can leave it home when I think it's going to get me in trouble, or I can rent it out when
Anybody remember Detachable Penis?
Yes.
This is probably mid-90s, a band called King Missile. They did a bunch of joke songs. They had an accidental hit with a song called Detachable Penis. And I think the band was like one guy. He was writing songs, and then he got a band to go out with him. I was reading about a dude in Austria who took mushrooms, and that led him to chop his penis off with an axe. Ooh. Now, listen, everybody can have a different trip on mushrooms. If you've never done it, you know, there are, for people who are very well-versed in consuming mushrooms, they'll be able to tell you the kind of the frame of mind with which you go into it can largely determine your trip, right? If you kind of have you're in a good frame of mind and you do it, it's going to chill you out. You have a good time. Some other people, they don't have a great time on mushrooms. 37-year-old guy. Now, this says he was suffering from depression and alcohol abuse. I have a feeling that might have had a larger part to do with it than the fact that he took a large quantity of mushrooms. It's probably a little from column A and a little from column B.
Factors. Don't put this all on mushrooms.
They were able to reattach part of his amputated penis. This is in the Mega Journal of Surgery, which sounds made up, but I can assure you it's real. My subscription recently lapsed. So this guy took a whole lot of mushrooms and reached for the axe and had a severe psychotic episode. It's always the penis. I mean, I know that it's a prominent appendage if you're on a guy, but it's always that. He had a history, like I said, of depression and alcohol abuse, and he had 5 dried mushrooms while staying alone in a secluded vacation home. So you can really stack these up. He's depressed. He's alone.
Dude, you're
drinking.
You're in a vacation home and you're depressed?
He probably rented it.
Can you get the door?
It's probably not his vacation home.
You.
But still, he's still there.
Where's he going?
Our doors don't shut all the way now, so
neither does
we can
mine.
hear it out in the suite, and it was driving me crazy.
Especially on Monday when people are actually here.
Yeah. No, Mary, to your point, he rented an Airbnb. Anywho, had the mushrooms and then began to have a terrifying delusion, which led him to take an axe, not only sever his penis, to disembody it from himself, but then to cut it into smaller pieces. Maybe he thought, you know how like you can cut a worm?
On this episode of Top Chef.
You can cut a worm into pieces and it will regenerate. Maybe he thought that's what would happen. And you're going to end up it's no comfort, really, for the doctors to go, we were able to reattach part of it. Because you just have, like, what, they put the base back on? I don't know.
Yeah.
He tied a piece of cloth around the area to control the bleeding and then placed the severed parts of his penis in a jar filled with snow. You know, if you don't get medical attention quickly after doing something like that, you'll fully bleed out from that part of your body. And so that's what he was in a passerby apparently found him in a confused state. And he was transported to a nearby village and then a hospital. He got to the hospital 5 hours after the amputation. So I guess it's good that he was applying consistent pressure on it, but he lost a lot of blood. His penis was contaminated with snoil.
Snoil?
Take two.
Snoil, not snoil.
Not snoil.
It's a combination of soil and snow.
Oh, snoil.
His penis was contaminated with soil and snow, and parts were severely damaged. They were able to save the tip and about two...
the most important part.
So they were able to reattach the tip and 2 centimeters of the shaft.
Oh, he turned his...
Oh,
no.
Come on.
You thought you were depressed before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's no comfort. When they're like, were you able to put it back on? Well, you had the presence of mind to dice it. There's only so much we could do. Then, of course, he experienced complications.
Turned it into penis fajitas.
Yeah.
Not a lot we can do.
He had superficial necrosis. So he developed dead skin on the tip. But then that healed once they got some blood flow in there. And they said, remarkably, he was able to regain some erectile function within a few months. Though the journal points out that the overall length was significantly reduced.
Yeah.
So he's neither a grower nor a shower now. But he was able to eventually urinate normally. But they said this is the first case of documented psilocybin-induced self-amputation. And so it gives these people something to study. They go, all right, well, listen, people who have, it's not unprecedented that people who have psychotic episodes engage in some self-mutilation. But they threw in the variable of the mushrooms here. A lot of times, people who are having psychotic episodes, if they're going to mutilate themselves, it's genitalia-centric. And what a terrible way to go. You've done it to yourself. You didn't get bobbited by a disgruntled lover. You did it to yourself. You played yourself play. And that's got to go down hard, if you'll pardon the pun. It's going to be tough for you. Speaking of mushroom penis, Donald Trump.
What?
Someone has Stormy Daniels said it, like a big old mushroom cap. Somebody has erected a 43-foot naked Trump statue just outside of Las Vegas. I got this from one of our bureau chiefs out there. Right over Interstate 15 on the way to Utah. This giant, what looks like paper mache. I don't know what it's made of. But it's out there on the interstate, and people all around Las Vegas are flocking to see it. I have to imagine the local news coverage will censor
Former president starting a political conversation off I-15 north of Las Vegas.
I love how they always frame it as, it's starting a political conversation. I'm sure that's what they were going for, was a conversation. A well-reasoned dialogue between two opposing viewpoints.
It's a giant nude marionette of Trump, as Ambar Rodriguez learned who put it there, and she also learned why.
Marie, it has been car after car with people trying to get a look of the art installation of former President Trump themselves. Well, News 3 was contacted by a spokesperson for the artist who wants to remain anonymous, but did share some...
The artist wants to remain anonymous so she doesn't get killed by people driving by.
Now they tell us
hey,
that
look at that.
The piece is titled Crooked and Obscene. It is...
Probably crooked, ma'am.
Crooked.
Probably crooked. Reporter, crooked and obscene. Yeah.
This is titled Crooked and Obscene. It is 43 feet tall, 10 feet wide marionette, weighs 6,000 pounds. It is made out of foam over rebar. The artist spokesperson tells me the purpose is to ignite
6,000 pounds.
That's got to be
Jesus.
way more than that.
Wow. Foam and rebar.
conversations, and it sure has already, with the images of the marionette going viral.
When I was pulling out, I looked over and I saw something hanging, and it looked like Donald Trump. So I had to come over and get closer to see what it was, and it is Donald Trump. If you know the Trump hair, you can tell that's what they were trying to do. So good job, whoever
That's
did
what they
it.
were. They really nailed the hair.
There's no text saying something about Trump, or of course it's a bit weird maybe that he's nude, but it's also interesting to see. I mean, it's a way of portraying him, I guess, but I think it's an interesting piece of art.
Is it a political statement, or I don't know what it is. But hey, Vegas, anything will happen to Vegas.
Hey man, it's Vegas.
I love it.
I like this girl who seems terrified to be on television for the very first time. But okay, so maybe they made it without genitalia then, because it looks like maybe it's all flabby and foldy, but maybe there's nothing there in the middle. Crooked and obscene, she called it. 43 feet tall. Anyway, thank you. And our Vegas bureau chiefs sent me that. But just getting, because it's kind of hanging from a crane there, a marionette version.
It's like so gross. Because he probably looks like that dude.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's flabby and, Now, to hear him tell it, he has the most beautiful body anyone's ever seen. So I don't know. I've never seen him naked. I can only go by what seems to be his body and what people who have seen him naked have described it as. It didn't seem like good reviews. Of course, some people calling it disgusting and un-American. And other people saying that it is funny. Oh, we got a Mayor Reacts, don't we?
Oh, come on.
Oh, this is a doozy.
This is a good one, too. A doozy is a great way to put it. We got a Mayor Reacts. We haven't done one of these in a while.
Are we doing it now?
We can do it now.
All right, hold on. Let me send it to her.
Okay.
I hate this.
Why? Oh, you're going to hate
It's
this
never
one, too.
good.
Well,
For me.
right. But you don't have a show tonight.
I'm
so
sure it's puke.
You don't have to. What?
So I'm sure it's puke.
No, the last one wasn't. Last one was toes. Right? It was somebody getting like a very aggressive pedicure.
No, we haven't done puke or toes in.
What did we do last time? They were pulling a larva from somebody's ear or something. We haven't done
that. Yeah.
Where am I looking for whatever you're sending?
I'm texting it to you, but things are slow. Okay, wait. Oh, there it goes. Okay, here it comes.
Things are very slow today. Some people don't have cell service.
Yeah,
depending on their carrier
is taking forever.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues, but we had one of our colleagues come in here earlier, and he hasn't been able to get anything going on his phone.
Alan, get her lined up because you got to make it so that you can see her and.
Okay, let me do this here.
So let me put her on camera.
Yeah.
Take that and there we go.
Now I don't know that people are going to see it very well.
No, here I'm gonna come over here and adjust the part because we can take what we can do.
Okay.
We can take her. And move her
Oh, there we go.
and then we can make this bigger.
Beautiful.
And then if we put this one.
Yep, up there. This is the magic of videography, Mary Lynn. Yep.
We're gonna take this and then we're gonna put her over top of it.
This is intriguing. So exciting.
Uh-huh. Now, this is, I guess, a guy who maybe does dares or something. Bet you won't eat a balut egg, right? Is this a thing from the Philippines? It's a bird in there, right? But it's a delicacy.
But it's like a 19-day aged bird.
There you go.
19-day aged bird. It's dead or it's alive?
It is.
I've eaten one of these balut eggs before.
It's a dead bird, right?
Yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked.
Yeah, but it's got a bird in it.
It has a bird
like
in
feet
it.
and feathers and wings.
Yes.
It's like half egg, half bird.
Yep, half egg,
my
half
God.
bird, and it's a delicacy.
Yeah, I would eat it all the time in the Philippines.
But for people who don't live there and aren't used to it, it's less a delicacy and more of a dare.
Yeah.
And so that's what this guy is doing.
So I probably ate one 5 or 6 times.
You have?
Yeah.
And does it taste? What does it taste like? Does it taste like what we think it would?
It tastes like chicken.
Tastes like chicken.
Well, it tastes like poultry. We'll say that.
But you're eating the claws and the eyes and the beak.
But the way that he does it is not the way that I would do it. Because like when I would do it, there would still be like part of like you eat it out of the egg, and you wouldn't see it as much. And I would you drink the juice first.
So I already feel I hate my throat. Okay. Tell me when. Give me a 3, 2, 1.
All right. I'll give you a 3, 2, 1.
I had this perspective
Bet
that
you
I'm
won't
gonna
eat a
be
Balut
as
egg.
nondescript.
Do you know what
Is that all
I'm gonna
coming
just
from that?
be a very bland-looking person.
on.
I get on stage.
What am I hearing?
Nothing for you to start.
I don't know.
You got something else playing. You got something else.
Who,
playing.
me?
Yeah, I think so.
I do?
Something about jokes.
Something else is playing.
Well, hold on.
I wanted them to just.
I don't have anything else playing.
All right, start it over.
Okay. All right.
Okay, go back to the.
What does that say? Bet you won't eat a Balut egg. Do you know who I am, kid? I need a bucket.
Oh, why?
So he pre-pukes? Is that what's going on?
Dude, come on, man.
Stick it all in my mouth.
I can't keep looking at this. This is literally going to make me... I'm not watching it. I'm not finishing it. I don't care how long
All
it is.
right,
I'm not
all right.
finishing it.
I'll show it to everybody else, right?
That'll legitimately... I can't.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Hold on.
you got to bring her back at some point too. But...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not watching the rest of it.
Will you listen to it?
No.
Okay. So there she is.
Yeah.
Let me get the other guy. Okay.
Close, then I was close. Come on, give me a sec, team. Give me a sec.
Ah.
So you can see it's still there.
And he puts it in his mouth. The bird he spits it right back out.
This one got me pretty bad. I'll be honest.
Wash it, they'll come back. Down on the sesh. There's a bit of doner meat. Oh, yeah, I'll have a piece of that.
So it's like a soft, tiny bird that, Is there any... Is there any way to just let it slide down your throat? Or
Yeah, I mean, the way he's eating is not how I
Johnny lost it in my bucket of sick.
Okay, anyway, he lost it in his bucket of sick, was how he put it there. And, okay. All right, so we, listen, understandably had to bail out of that
He's just
one.
like throwing up water. That's so disgusting.
Had to bail out of that one. But,
so gross.
Yeah, that's no good.
Who's watching this? Like, people are watching this and enjoying it?
Yeah.
Like, this is fun for them?
Well, not everybody has a visceral reaction to other, like, that doesn't bother me. Watching
someone throw up is entertainment.
not entertainment. I'm just saying not everybody's going to have a visceral reaction to watching somebody vomit.
I just saw it and I said, this is a good Mary
A good Mary X.
So gross, dude. I can't even make it. I didn't even make it, 10 seconds?
Understood.
10 seconds?
Yeah.
Why is he puking up so much water?
Because I think
water coming out of him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because he's probably a soccer hooligan, and that's mostly beer.
Yeah.
He probably had to get himself up
And he was
for this.
he was very grossed out by it, so he was just the idea of it was really making him puke. So
So gross, dude. I hate this segment.
Well, that's why we don't do it very often. Right?
A friggin' salad right here. What is delicate about it? Why is it considered like, are they hard
delicacy?
to get?
Well,
Yeah.
just because it's probably not to the people who live there, but for
it's-
people who are
it's
like
more-
travelers and things.
Well, so I don't think it was like a delicacy. It was just more like a snack food, but it's high in protein and they're cheap and they're easy to make. So people would walk around with a basket of them and they keep them warm all day and they'd be like, hey, I sell Balut. You want a Balut?
How do they determine, like, obviously, when we're having eggs, it's all yolk.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't get to that point.
No, they got fertilized eggs and
Yeah.
then they wait like 17 or 18 days and then they harvest them and then cook them.
It's got bones in it.
They're soft.
It's a full bird. Yeah, because it's in that liquid, right?
Yeah.
So it's all going to be...
Is it so chewy?
No, it's not that chewy at all. It's like eating a piece of chicken. Like it's... But like the way I would do it, like you take the shell, you crack the top, you drink the juice, then you pull it off, and then you just pop the whole thing in your mouth and chew it. So you weren't really looking at it.
Kind of like an oyster?
Yeah.
You let it slide down your
No,
throat?
not slide it. I mean, you still chew it.
Yeah.
But you get like
I guess you'd have to.
That's disgusting.
You have to chew the bird, Mary.
This is a lot of stuff that I could do when I was in my 20s that I don't think I could eat that now.
If you
now
went back to the Philippines, you couldn't do it?
No.
Oh, really?
Could you? You think you could eat that?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just saying, since he's the only one with expertise in doing it.
A lot of the stuff I did then was because I was trying to like show off or like endear myself to the people there, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. I could. Now I don't think I could.
Huh.
No.
Well, fortunately, you don't have to.
Right.
All right, I'm going to take a break here. I will have more money for you. We're back to the Buzzard bookie handing out $1,000 an hour. So 4:30 is that next keyword for you to grab some of that money. I'm going to have Mushroom Head Halloween tickets for you. It's an annual tradition, Mushroom Head Halloween, with a handful of bands with them. October 26th at the world-famous Agora, just a couple of weeks away. And so we'll hand those off next. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app wherever you are. Leave messages there. And if you want to shoot a text, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, make some noise!
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu, beginning Monday.
All right, you guys are up for a party, I can tell.
You'll see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Thank you to iHeart and everything for having us.
This is the only time you will see a lineup of superstar performers like this on one stage on one night.
Get louder than ever.
See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu beginning Monday.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly cloudy overnight, some patchy fog, a low of 59. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 73, and mostly sunny Wednesday with a high of 67.
This report is sponsored by Discount Drug Mart.
Why is the whooping cough vaccine important? Whooping cough is highly contagious and can cause pneumonia, seizures, brain damage, even death. Protect yourself and your loved ones with a convenient, quick, safe vaccination at Discount Drug Mart. Discount Drug Mart is your immunization destination.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Hi, this is Bill Krackomberger from Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented to you by BetMGM. Tonight we have an NFL doubleheader. First up, the Miami Dolphins are home versus the Tennessee Titans. Miami a 2.5-point favorite. Next up, Detroit Lions are home versus the Seattle Seahawks. Lions are a 3.5-point favorite. Listen, I think this is a good spot for Seattle as they play the underdog role for the first time this season. Give me the Seattle Seahawks tonight. Good luck, guys, and enjoy the game.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, parents. It's Mr. Jim, and I want to invite your kids to listen to Kids Short Stories. You see, kids all around the world listen to Kids Short Stories and send in their ideas, and every single day, I create a brand new story about them finding treasure, stopping the bad guy, or flying on a unicorn. If you're looking to cut down on screen time, search for Mr. Jim. So listen to Kids Short Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Post Malone fans heading to the show on Tuesday, be sure to text SKIP to 31310. You'll get a Fastlane pass to skip the line compliments of Circle K. Text SKIP to 31310 and you'll be in the fast lane to Post Malone compliments of Circle K. Data rates may apply while supplies last. Concert ticket not included.
The legendary Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory is now open. 2 mind-blowing haunts, 1 location. For tickets and directions, check out HauntedSchoolhouse.com. The Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory on Triplet Boulevard in Akron.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again?
Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
The Hollywood Reporter is the definitive source of entertainment news, where we tell the entertainment stories insiders need to know and deliver Hollywood culture to those who crave it. Go to thr.com and stay up to date by subscribing to newsletters like Today in Entertainment to find out what's happening in showbiz, to THR Charts to see what content is trending, to Feinberg Forecast to read up on expert predictions for awards races, and many more. Subscribe to thr.com and find the newsletter that delivers the entertainment stories you crave.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every game day meal. Raising Cane's Chicken Finger, one love. Order online or on our app.
Right now at Getco Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including fall favorite pumpkin spice lattes, cold brew, and fresh brewed self-serve coffee. Pumpkin spice is back. Order it in the Getco app and save. Fall means more ways for your car to get dirty. Keep it clean at Wetco with unlimited washes for one low monthly price. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their first 3 months for as low as $9.99 per month. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hello, parents. It is Mr. Jim, and did you know it's time for story time? My podcast, Kids Short Stories, was created for our own kids. You see, my wife loved the stories I was telling to them at bedtime, and she wanted me to record them so that they could listen to them in the car or maybe during quiet time. It's now been downloaded millions of times by kids all around the world as we turn their ideas into amazing adventures. You see, kids send in their story ideas, and then I create an awesome adventure about them. Maybe they're stopping the bad guy, finding a lost treasure, or riding a unicorn through the clouds. With a new adventure every single day, we have a lot of fun together. And it also decreases screen time, which we all know that battle. Well, my friends, search for me, Mr. Jim, or Kid Short Stories. So listen to Kid Short Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Are you guys ready for today's adventure? Me too, let's go!
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
Hey, Dog Pound, dig into Wendy's new Browns Biggie Bundle all season long. Score a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Fry, small soft drink, and small Frosty for just $7. Here we go, Brownies. Grab one from any participating Wendy's for a limited time.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. The right lane blocked on the Turnpike East before 71, tying up traffic. Crash cleanup continues. A fender bender reported on Route 611 at Chester, and 90 West is pretty heavy, almost to Route 83 towards Detroit and Route 254. An accident reported on the Harvard-Denison on-ramp to Jennings Freeway North, and a wreck reported West 130th at Gilmore, that's south of Bel Air. Jackie Robertson, the traffic Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Discount Drug Mart.
Why is an annual flu shot important? Each year, the flu is responsible for more than 200,000 hospitalizations in the U.S. alone. Protect yourself and your loved ones with a convenient, quick, safe vaccination at Discount Drug Mart. Discount Drug Mart is your immunization destination.
When it's game day and you're out and about but need football updates, don't worry. The iHeart app and Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio. Every score, all the big plays, and the expert insights breaking down the games. Steve Hartman and former Penn State All-American Rich Ornberger kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Jets take a 14-10 lead.
Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Kerry Rhodes take over at 5.
Time is ticking in Kansas City.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
Give stuff away, Give stuff away. Wow.
All right, the annual Halloween tradition is back. The Mushroom Head Halloween Show with special guests Upon a Burning Body, great band, There Is No Us, and more. It's going to go down at the world-famous Agora, as per usual. Saturday, October the 26th. This is always a big deal in Cleveland. AXS.com has whatever info you need. You can buy tickets there. This pair here for you. You'll get my first two this week from Mushroom Head Halloween. It's a big one. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane, but there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Don't mind the strain of a hurricane. They come around every June. The high black water, a devil's daughter. She's hot, she's cold, and she's mean. But nobody taught her it takes a lot of water to wash away New Orleans.
You know, nobody thinks that if you're living in Appalachia, if you're living in, mountain towns, that you're going to get washed out from a hurricane. Asheville, North Carolina is 300 miles from the nearest coastline, and they're at about 2,100 feet, and they just got hammered. We have family who live in Asheville. My wife was in Michigan for a wedding. Another one of her cousins got married this weekend, and her aunt and uncle live in Asheville. And they were like, we can't get back to our house because the roads are washed out. And I mean, they're like way up on a hill, so I think their house itself is okay. But they're like, we can't get back to our house. And we got a big, long email from our CEO this morning about all of the iHeartMedia markets that have been hammered by this hurricane and how a lot of those people at these radio stations were they were doing their jobs, obviously, but essentially stuck in these studios. The one part of did you read this email? Big, long email.
I thought it was just telling people to do the content thing. What is the thing that we had?
The ethics
ethics thing. Yeah.
No, it was about iHeart markets during Hurricane Helene, and one of them, talking about Asheville, was one of the markets that was hardest hit. And they're talking about how the engineers had to hike to the studio with satellite gear to get the radio stations back on the air.
Dang.
And backpacking in food and dialysis supplies for people who are on the air. Imagine that. They're like, yeah, I'm a dialysis patient, to ensure that they can keep broadcasting. So, yeah, I mean, that's part of, we've had these conversations, if something was happening, would we stay in we're not a news station, but I mean, where the hell are you going to go? So a lot of cities, all the way up here, not all the way to Cleveland, but to the edges of Columbus. I had somebody left me a message. They went all the way to Hocking Hills, and their cabin had no power.
Hi, guys. Hate the show. So I hate to complain about this with all the stuff that's going on in the other states and all the devastation happening, but
here we go.
Went down to Hocking Hills.
I hate to complain about this, but buckle up, because here comes my complaint.
Yeah. All the stuff that's going on in the other states and all the devastation happening, but Went down to Hocking Hills for my 10-year anniversary. Showed up at the cabin in BFE. No electric. Turn around, came all the way back home to Youngstown. No refund. It was horrible.
Yeah, I don't know.
Love you, bye.
Thank you. I don't know anything about that, but
okay, so that
sucks.
That wasn't her cabin. That was a cabin she rented. That's a bummer.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
you're down there.
Yeah.
But Asheville, and we gotta when it first hit landfall, we were getting texts from listeners in East Tennessee on Friday that were like, "Yeah, I-40 is like washed out." That goes all the way into North Carolina. So like Asheville is kind of isolated. Like people don't have cell service, they don't have power. And a lot of these cities are in the same situation. They had 30 people die in the same county where Asheville is. They're pulling people off of rooftops. And again, you'll notice fewer and fewer of these storms are being described as a once-in-a-lifetime storm because, quite frankly, they're just happening more frequently. So the whole, they used to say a once-in-a-century storm is coming through, except they ain't once in a century anymore. They're getting worse and worse, especially if, like I said, Asheville's 300 miles from the coast. And it's a mountain town, essentially. But the rain, we get the rain, obviously, up here, and not much at that. But farther south, man, a lot of these cities just got hammered. And so, yeah, we have relatives who are like, we can't get back to our house in Asheville. We're not sure, how long we got to hang out. 700,000 people have no power in North Carolina. No cell service. That's the other thing, too. I always tell people, I'm like, a good thing to invest in if you can is a satellite phone. Because those will work. You want cell service down here, you get a sat phone. Throw it in your bug out bag or something. And because...
Make sure it's charged.
You charge it up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is, when companies that make generators sell a lot of them. But they had a lot of people die from this storm.
Yeah, that's real sad. And
yeah,
just seeing people getting rescued from helicopters and like houses flowing down the street. It's crazy.
Well, years ago, I've mentioned it before talking about drinking on campus, but years ago when my wife's cousin went to Appalachia State in Boone, North Carolina, we visited him there some years ago and, hung out, whatever. It's fine. Well, there was a picture of a kid who was in a ground floor dorm room at Appalachia State, and it's fully flooded. Like, he's on an inner tube, and the water, obviously, you can imagine what the water looks like. Ugh. It's just brown and gross, and, so probably improved the average dude's dorm room, but he's just in a floaty in the middle of his dorm room on top of the water. So, yeah, a lot of these, like, roads and bridges washed away, and
119 people dead.
Yeah, it's insane.
Jeez.
So, yeah, these kinds of storms are just going to get more frequent. This was still a really, it went from a Category 1 to a Category 4, I think, before it hit landfall. The most significant natural disaster any one of us has ever seen, they said. And obviously in these Appalachian mountain towns, they don't expect, they prepare, but they don't think it's going to be like this. They're at a higher elevation. And a lot of these people have just kind of gotten back from their house flooding the last time. They're like, yeah, our dog floated away. Or the house on the corner floated away. 91, as of this morning, they said that the official death toll was 91 throughout the number of states. But
so where am I? It's Helene, right?
Hurricane Helene, yeah.
Yeah, this says on like 7 or 8 different ones, 119.
Yeah, it might be. It might be there now. I mean, they said 91
this is 5 minutes ago.
91 on Monday morning. They have probably been found more since then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, CNN.
55 of them were in the Carolinas. But it's pretty intense. I've got money here for you. It is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We start that back up today. So for the foreseeable future, you have plenty of chances to win some money. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, it's like you were saying how you're over the snow and you want to move away from the snow. But I feel like the snow is the least of our problems.
No, I understand. I get it.
Like everywhere else, it's stuff that will kill you.
Yes, that's me merely complaining from a comfort standpoint.
Sure.
That is the smallest complaint anyone could have, right? I'm not in danger of freezing to death.
No.
Under normal circumstances. But yeah, people that are like, oh, my house flooded, or Alan, my phone is working, my husband's is not. Convincing him that I am somehow not responsible for that has been very difficult. What does that mean? That I'm not responsible for that? Yeah, no, one of our colleagues here was like, I haven't had service since this morning. I'm like, well, I have a different carrier, and I've been just fine.
All of my technology is just taking longer today, it feels like. But I was just reading, where is this? On NPR, it said that a tiny town that was destroyed is going to mess up the tech industry because they have like the largest, America's only source of high purity quartz, which goes into computer chips and semiconductors and stuff.
Oh yeah, and on top of this, there's like the International Longshoremen's Union or something is going on strike. So they're like, so prices are going to go up, and there's going to be empty shelves, and
it's a city called Spruce Pine.
Spruce, is that in the Carolinas?
It just says Appalachia.
Spruce Pine just got hit by Helene. Oh, there it is. The fallout can massively disrupt the tech industry. Yeah. There's a tiny tune. Spruce Pine, population 2194.
Yeah, you can't produce semiconductors without the quartz that's there, and they're all underwater.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like there's these domino effects, and it's the law of unintended consequences, right? There's a billion things that we don't know about or are unaware of. And because there's so many things that we don't know, that's how it's so easy for people who don't want to admit they don't know anything to spin this into something else. This will turn into, Hurricane Helene will turn into, well, for the people who already don't think that DARPA created the hurricane to, flood red states so they couldn't vote. I've seen that online too. Yeah, because they never ever get extreme weather in the American Southeast. But something like this will turn into what? Let's play conspiracy roulette. Flooding and being unable to access America's sole source of high purity quartz will morph into Bill Gates and Elon Musk are trying to...
No, they want to be on the same team.
What's that?
It's going to be Bill Gates. It's not going to be Elon Musk.
We know they wouldn't be on the same team, but plenty of people probably imagine those guys teaming up for something. The tech elites.
I think they would, but they put Bill Gates in the liberal tech elites, whereas Elon is the conservative tech elites.
Okay.
So conservative, he's fighting for them. Elon's out there in a canoe trying to get the quartz for everybody.
In a canoe. He's out there with a canoe and a shovel. Spruce Pine got 2 feet of rain, causing the North Toe River to flood, devastating the downtown area. Oh, the little town of Spruce Pine. And now they can't get that quartz. The other major supplier is in Antwerp in the Netherlands. Well, there you go. Who knows what this will... And what do we use quartz for, like watches?
No, it says it's for... Yeah, you're right. I'm like reading and trying to listen at the same time.
I asked, she's trying to give me like a good cogent answer. Yeah. Semiconductors are the brains of every computer chip-enabled device. Companies need plenty of equipment that can withstand extraordinarily high heat and be kept absolutely clean, and that is pure quartz. One material fits the bill. So we'll see. Well, we're living in interesting times, right?
So the cell phones are going down. No one can. Everybody's flooded. Maybe this is Revelations, dude. Maybe this is the book. This is the end of the book. We're all on our way out.
Or we just destroyed the planet.
Yeah, but that,
I
that's
mean, more.
part of
It's
it.
which is more likely.
The Antichrist is here.
Ah.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
There's a guy on TikTok who went viral saying that he's like an not recovering, but recovering evangelical, and he's like, the more I hear about Trump, the more I am convinced that he's the Antichrist. He's like going through all these like Bible verses and quoting and stuff like that. Yeah. But he's not an evangelical anymore.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's recovered.
No, he's saying like, I grew up believing that this would eventually happen, and now everything Donald Trump is doing is in the Bible.
The things that
I see.
Of the Antichrist, though.
I see.
That he's like, this is the beginning of the end of the world, and this guy was sent here for that.
I see. Well, I would have to think that if the Antichrist wouldn't be at the mercy of natural disasters, Antichrist could just go, if you believe in that stuff, go snap, and the world's on fire, right?
Well, sure.
And if you believe in the Antichrist, it means you believe in the pro-Christ. And why didn't he just come down and go, snap,
everything's all done.
Everything's fine.
He's got to show up after it gets all bad.
Ah, I see. But I thought biblical scholars will point to people who believe that God said he would never again flood the world.
Not all the way.
Oh.
He wouldn't flood it all. He wouldn't kill
all at
everybody
once,
again.
you mean?
Yeah.
All right.
So
He
the
can do
Antichrist...
a little bit of flooding. He's not going to do a whole flooding.
I see.
Just a
I don't
little
know
bit.
if the Antichrist has powers. But this is just him saying, like, I'm here. I'm the second coming of God. Like, I'm the one that got sent down before Jesus comes back. Believe in me. Follow me.
Huh.
But he's really a bad guy.
All right.
Which?
I
Donald
don't
Trump?
believe in anybody.
You don't believe in anybody? Yeah. All right. Well, maybe you're onto something. I don't know.
I mean, it's not me. That's what this guy said.
What, that guy, the recovering evangelical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, is this Satan?
No.
Oh, who's this?
Yeah, it's me.
Huh. Hey, do you want to see a video of a guy trying to eat balut?
Oh, I saw that. I couldn't even handle more than a couple of seconds of it.
Oh, what a wuss.
I know. I was vomiting all over myself.
Same. I started to almost throw up, too.
Oh, you too? Oh, I was like, it was terrible. No, I couldn't handle it. I've seen a lot of awful, terrible things, but trying to choke down a baby bird egg, no thanks. Anyway, I just want to check in with you guys. I had nothing to do with this flood.
You didn't?
Nope.
Who did
You
it?
didn't do this flood because of gay marriage or anything?
No, he loves gay marriage.
Yeah, I'm way into gay marriage. I have a husband. I'm an ally.
Who's your husband?
Jim.
Oh.
No. He didn't want to take my name, though, so I took his name. So now they call me Satan Franklin.
Satan Franklin?
That's nice. That's nice
Satan
of you
Franklin.
to do
Yeah,
that.
well, we're a modern couple. I said, well, I'll take your name. He didn't want to take my name. My name is unpronounceable to human lips. And I like his human lips.
When this guy on TikTok says that Donald Trump is the Antichrist, you know, they say Jesus Christ is God in the flesh and Antichrist is Satan in the flesh.
Yeah.
Did you send him here for that?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Donald Trump?
Never heard of him.
So you're not responsible for him at all?
No, I sent Eric.
Eric Trump?
Yeah, I sent Eric Trump.
You sent his son, but not him?
Well, listen, this whole thing is based on the son, right? The son of God, the son of the devil. I can only deal with the sons. I don't get to deal with the dads. So, besides, me and Jim are looking to adopt. So we're mostly focused on sons right now. But no, I don't know who the other guy is. I only know Eric.
Is Eric the Antichrist?
Oh, that guy is a load. I'll tell you what. I wish I never had anything to do with that guy. But I needed some funding quickly. needed some capital. He came through. But I just want to let you guys know, keep my name out your damn mouth.
Satan Franklin, Satan Franklin, Satan Franklin.
I'm not Beetlejuice, Bill. Bill, is it? I'm not Beetlejuice.
All these years, you still don't know my name.
I'm Satan Franklin. That's right. And it's terrible what's happening up there, but I had nothing to do with it, so just leave me out of it.
Okay.
And yeah, I just wanted to let you know. I will be destroying all the Waffle Houses though, so I hope that.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta.
That's where people that fight at football games train.
I have an image to uphold, and so I'm closing all the Waffle Houses.
All right.
All right, Jim and
I guess.
Jim and I have to go meet with the adoption agency.
All right,
so
good
I'll
luck,
talk to
buddy.
you guys later.
Oh, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text 35192 to get me there, you want to watch the show, you certainly can. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Email anything else at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, I'm going to go see Rise Against. They are on tour and coming to the Agora in a couple of weeks. Sunday, October the 20th. You can go to agoracleveland.com for all the details, info. Want to buy tickets, you can do it there. I'm not sure who's supporting them on this tour, but you'll find out. Caller 10, this pair is yours. Good luck. 2 for Rise Against. From Chicago, Illinois. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Uh, 35192. Want to send a text? On our YouTube channel if you want to watch the show live. Oh, Rise Against. I love those guys. Mary thinks they chat too much.
Love the music. Stop talking so much.
Right.
In between songs.
They've got a lot to say.
Severely disappointed in the... Like, they sounded great live.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like was the 7-minute dialogue between each song.
Which, like, you would even, like, if it was just once they did 7 minutes, that's fine. But the fact that it was
every
between
time.
every single song,
I
you're
think
like,
they did
ah.
I'm not exaggerating when I think they did less than 10 songs in 2 hours. It was like, your songs are only 3.5 minutes long.
I was going to say, it's like a band starting out when they don't have that much music and they're padding it with chatting. They're too far in to be doing that. Well, maybe they, I don't know, maybe they have gotten feedback from people since then, similar to yours. They're like, hey, man, less talking, more rocking, whatever it is. Your Cleveland Guardians had to cancel their regular season finale yesterday against the Houston Astros. So we will find out who they are going to play, and we're going to find out, well, we know when they're going to play them. We don't have times, and we don't have the other team, but the playoffs will begin on Saturday, and you will hear the games here on MMS. Saturday's Game 1. Game 2 is going to be 1 week from today, both of those here at home. And then they'll play the 9th as an away game, and the 10th and 12th if they need them. So playoffs for your Cleveland Guardians will begin on Saturday. Today is the very last day to use the promo code GUARDIAN at CLE Clothing Company. Tomorrow, October will begin, and with it will be the promo code ERIE, like the lake, E-R-I-E, for 20% off whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. Speaking of storms coming through, I hope the irony is not lost on people. The Ohio Renaissance Fair had to be closed due to a power outage. I mean, shouldn't that be... You're doing the
Right.
Renaissance Fair. I mean, I would think it would
be more appropriate.
Yes, it make it more realistic. I mean, people... I know people want to, like, play dress up and have fun. I get it, but down in Harveysburg, Ohio is where they had this. A little town that's essentially equidistant between Dayton and Cincinnati. And a lot of people were bummed out because there were so many power outages in that area. They had to close down the Ohio Renaissance Festival. And so people were really bummed out about that. But I was like, but this would be the perfect opportunity to really make it realistic. No power.
But then they can't take credit cards for the things they're buying.
Oh, I thought they just took, I figured people paid in like doubloons or something.
That's pirates, not Renaissance.
What are they using? What was money in Renaissance time?
Chickens.
chickens and goats. That was money.
Farthings? I feel like they used farthings.
Did they?
If I remember the animated Robin Hood correctly,
Okay.
there was farthings.
Animated Robin Hood. Okay.
Where he was like a fox or something.
All right.
It's a pretty good representation.
Yeah, but that
of
was
the time.
British money. Like, what were we using?
We weren't here.
Oh, that's right. We weren't here.
Gold, silver,
Oh, right.
and billion.
We were still over there. Oh, yeah. What?
Gold, silver, and billion.
Bullion?
Billion. Billion is chicken. Billon. Billon? Billon? Mixed
Billin?
metals mixed. It's a silver
Oh,
mixed with a
alloy
base
used for
metal.
coinage. Okay.
Yeah.
Billin.
Billin. All
Gold,
right.
silver, billin.
Mm-hmm. Anywho, I hope that if you're down that way, you can easily pivot to the Waynesville Sauerkraut Festival, which is coming up. You might have been screwed by the Ohio Ren Fest having to shut down, but in nearby Waynesville, it's amazing what people can turn into a festival. That's all I'll say. You know, they had Pickle Fest here in Cleveland a couple of weekends ago, and God bless them too. The Waynesville Sauerkraut Festival in Waynesville, Ohio. 460 vendors from 25 states. I guess if you're in the kraut game or the cabbage game or the vinegar game, this is your World Series. This is your Super Bowl. This is everything all at once. This is when you really go to shine. The rest of your year, you're preparing for October in Waynesville, Ohio, coming from near and far. They've got, they don't have their entertainment schedule there yet, but it's their 54th annual Sauerkraut Festival. And boy, you just couldn't enjoy that more in historic downtown Waynesville, Ohio. Because by that time, you figure they won't have to worry about, we're talking the weekend after this next one. They're probably not going to have to worry about any power issues there in Waynesville, Ohio. So if you were thwarted in your attempts to go to that Ren Fest, maybe pivot to the Sauerkraut Festival. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, I like to know where people are. I heard from, perfect timing, Rob, who just moved to Star, South Carolina. He's like, yeah, I just moved down here and just experienced my first hurricane, all within the first few days. So that's fun. Eric listens in Longmont, Colorado. Shelby is up in Butte, Montana. Aaron's in Nashville. Tracy's in Alexandria, Virginia.
Hey, man, catching up from the podcast. Your Cajun accent is an absolute nightmare, and it is friggin' hilarious. Please keep it coming.
Yeah, we were talking about, my Cajun accent, by the way, is awesome. We were talking about, what the hell were we talking? Oh, Lana Del Rey married the Gator Boat guy.
Yeah.
She married a Cajun dude. He's like, Lana Del Rey, you're my wife.
Oh, my God.
That's what it was. That's
On
because,
point.
well, that's probably what he sounds like. The guy's from, like, Louisiana, like way down there. I had a friend in college who was from Metairie, and he didn't have, like, a thick accent, but you could tell what was going on down there. He'd be like, who took my cornbread? That kind of stuff. Very specific dietary.
Oh, you got that summertime sadness.
Summertime sadness. That was to go with my andouille and boudin. Yeah, give me my cornbread. Summertime sadness. Yeah. Her vagina tastes like Pepsi Cola.
Okay.
That's what she says in the song, right? Or Coca-Cola. Is it Pepsi or Coke? Who won the soda wars with Lana Del Rey's Cunnilingus song?
I don't know. I don't
All right.
go that deep with Lana Del Rey.
I think it's
I forgot about
Coca-Cola.
I had to look up Summertime Sadness.
Yeah. Lana Del Rey. Punani tastes like Coca-Cola. That's one of her songs, I think. Yeah, it's Pepsi. It's the first line of the song. My pee tastes like Pepsi Cola.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, this guy knows that. She not lying, boys. It tastes like Pepsi Cola. How am I going to laissez bon temps rouler? Not on Merida. Lana Del Rey. So, listen, I'm known far and wide. It's been joked about here, but it's nonetheless true that I am the man of 1,000 voices. And number 761 is Cajun Guy. And so that's what I conjured up when we were talking about Lana Del Rey. And I wish those crazy kids nothing but every happiness. We're going to play a game of boo-ray out there on the boat and dance a fado-do. All that stuff. Mary knows.
I know. You sound just like him. We did a fan boat tour when we were in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's what they sound like.
I was looking at that guy, and I was like, I think our tour guide's name was Shane. I was like, maybe this was our tour guide.
Yeah.
Did it say what company he worked for?
He owns his own.
Oh.
Yeah, who took my cornbread? Did he say anything about cornbread? There's a lot of cornbread talk down there. Lana Del Rey, and his name's Jeremy something.
Oh, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy Dufresne is his name.
And he owns his own? He doesn't work for a different company?
I think he owns his own alligator tour guide company. In Des Allemands, Louisiana. Jeremy Dufresne.
That's not how you would say that. That city that he's...
Des Allemands!
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how you'd say it. And they got married, I think, on the property. So there were probably like... This says an alligator was her flower girl. That's exciting. Jeremy Dufresne's ex-partner in shock after his recent surprise wedding to Lana Del Rey. But they said that his ex was all about it. She was all happy. Maybe she was. 2 days after their nuptials, Dufresne's ex-lover, Kelly Walsh, opened up. She said, I'm in shock because we were engaged for 12 years and he got married after 1 month. Yeah, well, you were Kelly Welsh and she's Lana Del Rey.
Yeah, that'll do it.
What's hard to figure out?
When you know, man.
His ex is 45. They'd been romantically involved when they were teenagers, but then split up and reconnected after he divorced his wife. This Lana Del Rey marriage is his second. Now, of course, the cynical among us will go, this will be done in 6 months. But we don't know that. We don't know that at all. And so, she wants a manly man. She's got one there in Jeremy Dufresne. I don't know if she'll take his name. Lana Del Dufresne.
Would it be Del Dufresne or would it be Lana Del Dufresne?
Well,
Dufresne,
that's a made-up name anyway,
Yeah.
so she can call herself whatever she wants. Her name's Lizzie Grant, but obviously her marriage certificate would say Elizabeth Grant Dufresne, I have to think. I don't think she ever legally changed her name. That's a stage name. They met in 2019 when she was performing in Louisiana and joined him on one of his boat tours.
And that's a good pull.
On
the boat tour, and then you get a pop singer wife.
Lana Del Rey, on my boat. She immediately took to Instagram to boast about his service and encouraged her followers to book a tour too. See, it was smart of him to lasso her because she's bringing in, business. And then they were spotted together at some function this past summer. And then they were caught holding hands. And of
Now
course
they're married.
Now they're married. The speculation began, but this other woman, she's like, yeah,
I don't think
we
it'll
were
last a year.
engaged for 12 years. Huh?
I don't think it'll last a year.
No, of course not. But listen, she didn't have any kids or anything. Maybe she wants a kid. He's got a couple. And listen, wherever you find love, right? Mary found it there in Astoria, Queens.
With who?
The lady known as stand-up comedy.
Oh, yes. That's not where I found it.
She's
Where
a
we
harsh
currently
mistress.
are. Yeah.
Well, it's where it found you.
Yeah.
The key to a good Cajun accent is to breathe in and out as if you were talking like a donkey. Don't tell me.
I think Alan's got it down
I
just
think I
fine.
figured it out.
don't think he needs any tips on a Cajun accent. He's got it all under control.
That's right. Trifle with me, will ya, you ornery mange-bearing coyote?
Hey, you know what? I'm going to call you your name. You're going to be Big Bad Ass Alan.
Oh, God, this guy's calling me a lot, and I couldn't love this guy more. I don't know who he is, but he calls and leaves me voicemails and just goes on until he's done and then hangs up.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to call you your name. You're going to be Big Bad Ass Alan. You know Big John, Big Brother. I meant Big Brother's watching you. Big Bad Ass Alan's watching you. He watches what you say, or otherwise he could put it on broadcast, you know. And also your other name is St. Nicholas, Santa Claus Alan. You know, he sees you, what you're doing. He knows if you're bad or good. So be good for goodness sakes, or Mr. Allen might broadcast this. I hope you broadcast this too, Alan. Okay? Big Bad John. No, Big Bad Alan. Big Alan. Big Alan. Big Bad Alan.
I couldn't love this guy more. I don't know who it is. At first I thought it was Political Joe. But this guy sounds sober, if not altogether there. He called last week.
Alan, you don't scare me or scare a fly or anyone on what they say if it's going to go on broadcast. I mean, who are you? Are you God or something or what? You know, you go around talking about that Big Brother's watching you. You don't frighten me at all. You know, you can't scare me one iota. You know, you got to be kidding yourself. You know, who do you think you are?
Mm-hmm. I know who I am. I'm the guy who doesn't scare that guy.
Nope.
And I think we're all the better for it. Maybe
he's
he's
does
just
scare him.
What's that?
So I wonder what does scare him if it's not you.
A dead-on Cajun accent, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty
scary.
spooky.
He's scary impressed, is what I meant to say. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe his next message will answer that question. Maybe he's deliberately leaving us little cliffhangers so that we, you know, that's how you generate interest, is you leave people wanting more. And I do.
I'm going to John the hook.
What's that?
He's got you on the hook.
Sure does. He called me Big Bad John. Called me a couple different things. I don't scare him at all. Good. I'm trying to scare you. I got, hey, it's Halloween time. I don't know if you guys are hip to this, but it's spooky season. And as such, I got passes for you for the Factory of Terror. It's out there in Canton. It's over a mile long, 5 full attractions, jaw-dropping special effects. Your jaw will drop. And terrifying actors. So you want to get to the Factory of Terror in Canton. I'll have some passes for you after the break. Another $1,000 on the way, too. Back with the Buzzard Bookie. Listen for all those keywords to get you $1,000. Next one coming up around 5:30.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy overnight, some patchy fog, a low of 59. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 73. And mostly sunny Wednesday with a high of 67.
To them, I say adieu. Maybe they could move to Oakland. Maybe the city of Oakland could benefit.
Oakland's gonna be like, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. Yep. So who knows? But those Cleveland Guardians, boy, they're looking, and I know lifelong Clevelanders, you can never make them happy with the sports fans, because no matter how well the team does, they'll go, well, they'll find a way to screw it up.
But if they win.
But
win it all.
When you do
happy.
as poorly as my team has, nobody says they're going to find a way to screw it up. They screwed it up worse than anybody ever could. And so no matter how badly any other city thinks their team is doing, they simply aren't the Chicago White Sox. And people point out to me Stephen Canton. Browns went 1-15, and the very next year,
0-16.
They were winless.
Yep.
0-16.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Maybe the White Sox don't win a single game next year.
Right. I mean, football, you have a much shorter season.
Correct.
So it's,
yes,
very unlikely that the baseball team could do worse. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do that. Jared and Kelly listening Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Alicia's in Ypsi. She's up in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Toby is in Stewart, Florida. Jason's in Vegas. And we got a couple of people in the state of Wyoming. Sarah is in Rawlins, Wyoming, and Scott is in Casper, Wyoming. And I was reading a thing about how the state of Wyoming is going to make a change to their law that will let people run over wolves with their, in the entire state of Wyoming, I think there's under 1 million people. And so there's more land and animals than people. But there is a law in that state that allows people to hit animals with their car if they think the animal will be killed quickly. It's really kind of wobbly, but it's also...
Wait, is this your way of saying I want to move to Wyoming?
It's
because
also...
now that you've got the taste for blood from killing all these animals with your car, you're like, ooh, now I need to do some big game hunting with some wolves. Yeah.
Hey, they ran out in front of my car. I didn't swerve to hit them. Mm-hmm. I still got to fix my horn. Mm-hmm. No, but there was a local case there in Cheyenne, Wyoming, where a guy hit a wolf with a snowmobile and then put duct tape around the animal's mouth and brought it into a bar. And everybody flipped out about this because the thing wasn't dead. He just wanted to make sure it couldn't bite anybody, and then he brought it into a very Wyoming thing to do.
So wait, to like show it off?
Show it off.
No, yeah, that's weird.
And so now they're saying, well, we got to tweak this animal cruelty law because there are people out there intentionally running animals over. But they said that you have to make sure that they're probably going to die quickly, which that a person who hits a wolf that survives has to use, quote, all reasonable efforts to quickly kill it. So you have to wonder if there's people just out there looking for local wildlife to hit with their cars. The bill doesn't specify how a surviving animal is to be killed after it is struck. So, my goodness. I don't even know what the analog of that would be in Ohio. Deer, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of wolves in the state of Wyoming. And, people aren't particularly sympathetic to them because there's a lot of ranchers out there, and these wolves, can go ham on a lot of guys' livestock. And so they're not out there. There are some conservation groups focused on wolves, but not as many as, there are ranchers. Like that show Yellowstone. Oh, have you heard about this? Have you heard about the Yellowstone show? I don't know if anybody's really talking about it.
Yeah, it's like Sopranos for Midwesterners or something.
It's Sopranos with hats. Yeah. A lot of cowboy hats. I keep trying to get into it. I'm way behind. I know everybody. It's like Game of Thrones. I don't care about that either. But Yellowstone, I was like, well, I'll see if I can get into this, right? I like The Sopranos. I don't mind shows where people have hats. The writing is good. And I think I've gotten through 1.5 episodes of Yellowstone. I'm like, I like Kevin Costner. I like people who are in it. I'm trying to like it.
Hey, if it's not for you, it's not for you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't have to like every show.
I don't like every show.
I do like Penguin.
Penguin's good.
Pretty good.
Except they pulled a little switcheroo on everybody.
Oh, they did?
Well, they dropped the first episode on Thursday, and so everybody went back to
but
Thursday
Sunday
and they go,
nights. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to put them on Sundays.
Yeah, it's a Sunday night show.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah. So I'm going to watch episode 2 tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, that Kristen Milotti is foxy, I think.
I love her big, stupid eyes.
Why are they stupid?
I don't know, because they're so big.
Oh, she's got eyes like saucers.
I love them.
She was the mother.
She was the
mother in How I Met Your Mother.
She's in a lot of stuff, though.
Yes. She's in that Andy Samberg movie from a couple of years ago, and she's in a lot of things that are, she's cute. I got money here for you. It is $1,000. Last chance you'll have today. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG, but basically once an hour all day now, you're going to get a crack at this money from the Buzzard bookie. Somebody wins. I hope it's you. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, have you seen this? Mary will be mad.
Oh, great. That's the theme of today. Let's make her puke. Let's make her mad. What now?
Well, it's a post from the CLE Hot Dogs account.
Oh, God.
Breaking hot dog derby news. This was back in June when our buddy Andre Knott supposedly unveiled a mustard cheating scandal.
Uh-oh.
Right? Because now Onion had 28 wins, Mustard had 28 wins, and Ketchup had 24 wins as of the end of the season. And the news at CLE Hot Dogs, their account is Mustard's representation has reviewed the video evidence brought forth from Andre Knott back in June. And as a result, all 27 wins have been reinstated.
Oh, come on.
That's what I like to hear.
So they had to go to the tape. It was the tail of the tape. So the regular season ends with Mustard in the middle, tied with Onion for wins.
It's the one where Mustard's holding up a
piece of paper with
the lawyer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. CLE Hot Dogs on Twitter. All 27 wins reinstated.
That's what I like to see.
This couldn't go unchallenged. I mean, this could not stand.
I mean, what are you going to do? The season's over.
I know. Andre Knott's looking good, by the way. I haven't...
Gay.
I haven't...
Here you go, being gay again.
Hey, gayest guy ever.
I haven't...
And you know him. That makes it extra gay.
I haven't talked to him in quite some time. I'll just kind of see him on this and that, but yeah, he looks good.
You homosexual!
Well, all right, sir. No, he was, back in the day, he had a couple of LBs on him. He was getting a little, not rotund, but I mean, he looks good. Looks like he's in shape. What's the matter with that?
Nothing's wrong with it.
You homosexual!
That guy calls a lot. Leaves a lot of messages.
I do not like this show. I do not like this show. The Alan Cox Show is very stupid. I do not like this show. It got Bill Squire and Mary Santora are the real stars of this show. But the real reason I do not like this show is because the host, Alan Cox, is a homosexual.
Mm-hmm. Pulls the old bait and switch with me all the time, that guy.
Gotcha.
Yep. He always tries to get me.
No one could have seen that coming.
Nope. He always tries to get me.
I do not like this show. I do not like this show.
All right. I'm going to put that in my obituary, by the way. That
like that firefighter?
Oh, he comes out at the very end?
Yeah.
Now, I was reading an article with a guy. He goes, it's a good idea. He goes, it sounds morbid. This is an essay that an author wrote in the New York Times. He goes, and it sounds morbid, but he goes, I think it's a really good idea to write your obituary every year.
Man,
This girl's been doing it since she was 12, which is pretty morbid. But I mean, listen, some kids are like that, right? But you write an obituary. You could start it whenever, and then every year you look at it and you tweak it. Newspapers and websites and things. I mean, writing and editorial staffs, they have obituaries written for old celebrities way in advance. So when that person croaks, it goes right online. Here's the obituary. So why not regular people? Write your obituary every year. You can add in, it's kind of like an accounting of your life. That's what it's supposed to be anyway. So 1 year you might have something in there. Like Mary, if you were to write yours, you'd put in all of the accomplishments this year that you think are noteworthy, right? Mm-hmm. But you might go back the next year and go, well, this one's more important. That one's didn't turn out to be a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah, every year do this. I'm going to start doing this.
Mary
I'm going to write an
Santora.
obituary this year, and then I'm going to write it every year. I'm going to keep it up to date.
Can you read it to us?
Right now. Make it up right now.
No. Like we'll do it like on the last show.
Oh, we have to for real?
Yeah.
Take it seriously?
No, you can do it if you want, but I was gonna say Alan could.
No,
do
mine's
it.
for when I'm dead.
Yeah, but you
I ain't
write
previewing it.
Preview it.
No.
Come on.
Nope. Because it's going to have a lot of racial slurs in it.
Hell yeah.
And expletives.
Real Alan comes out.
Mm-hmm.
He's been hiding behind his liberal fake news.
That's right.
When
Fake news.
realistically, he's been a Trump supporter the whole time.
Mr. Cook, last night I dream about you. I love you. You saw my hand. We walked through the garden.
Okay, making fun of me. Mocking me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The girl who wrote the article said that a couple of years she skipped. She skipped 2002 because she was in the World Trade Center on 9/11. So she's like, I wasn't in the frame of mind to write an obituary when so many other people died. And then she kind of went on hiatus during the pandemic because she's a single parent. But, it's couch it however you want. Frame it however you need to. What do they always say? You can't appreciate life unless you think about death. Something like that.
No, that's the saying.
Is that what it is?
That's exactly it.
Think about death. Don't forget about death so you can remember to live. Yeah. Write your obit. I mean, I'm not going to have a headstone, so I don't have to worry about an epitaph.
Yeah, you're so gay, you're probably going to have a butt stone.
BillSquire.com for tickets. Yep, funny stuff. Yep. You didn't want to stick with you didn't want to stick with headstone for that one? Mm-hmm. My epitaph is going to be, who took out my cornbread? in quotation marks.
I'm excited for it.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, just something to consider. Write your obituary. Nobody is going to know you better than you. Why do you want to leave it? My mom wrote my dad's, and then I had to go through it and kind of
punch it up.
Yeah, punch it up a little bit. But I mean, we
Make
had
it a little funnier.
Well, I mean, my dad was his humor was bone dry. Funny dude, but bone dry.
I like the obituaries where they just kind of go off on people. Well, have you ever seen those where they write their own and they're like,
I would have liked to see them do that while they were alive, though.
I've always hated Greg.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's pretty toothless once you're gone. I mean, get in there and mix it up. Tell Greg you don't like him. That's like it's salacious when you read them and they're fun, but it's like that's the definition of unfinished business. You're just setting yourself up, Mary, to be a ghost.
A recipe for a ghost.
Yeah. That is a ghost recipe. Unfinished business. I got a break. I'm going to start working on my obituary. Obituary, by the way, added to Sonic Temple next May. I'll have more passes for you tomorrow. $350 all week. Want to send me a text, 35192 here in the break. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This football season, bet with house money with the Buzzard Bookie. You have 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Fill your account and parlay game day away. Keywords come at 30 past the hour, every weekday, starting at 9:30 with Rover. If Cleveland's getting 2.5, you could be getting 1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Howard's Jewelry Center.
Hey Cleveland, it's Hallie from Howard's Jewelry Center, where your gold is worth more. Turn your old or unwanted pieces into cash on the spot with no strings attached. Find us in Bedford Heights, Parma Heights, Mentor inside Great Lakes Mall, and at howardsjewelrycenter.com. Howard's Jewelry Center, so much more than a jewelry store.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com.
It's Bill. Hey, Dog Pound. Dig into Wendy's new Browns Biggie Bundle all season long. Score a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior fry, small soft drink, and a small Frosty for just $7. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. Here we go, brownies. Grab a $7 Browns Biggie Bundle from any participating Wendy's for a limited time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Tim Walls of Minnesota.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket.
J.D. Vance of Ohio.
I will give you everything I have.
Make their case for your vote in the vice presidential debate. Listen on iHeart's 24/7 news channel.
Search Debate on the free iHeartRadio app.
Are you a business leader considering a new credit card and spend management system? You could stick with the old school process. Multiple systems that work against each other and create more work for you. Or you could try Ramp. Ramp helps businesses manage their finance operations with a corporate card and spend management software that includes accounting automation, vendor payments, travel booking, and more, all in one platform. Whether you're a startup, a small business, or have thousands of employees, Ramp's intuitive software gives you maximum control over spend. Ramp's smart tools enforce compliance, prevent fraud, and provide real-time insights. Stop overspending and save up to 5%. Plus, Ramp automates data entry and routine time-consuming tasks. It's all done for you. You'll close your books in hours instead of days and give your team time to focus on what really matters, the bottom line. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. ramp.com/free.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon is treating everyone like family with friends and family pricing on 24 Chevy models with deals on Avon's biggest selection of Chevys, all priced below MSRP, including the popular Chevy Silverado for $10,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon and get the Chevy you've been waiting for at prices only friends and family get. Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon, the #1 name for Chevy. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 6th.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every
07 or 1-800-348-1007.
You're going to get the Corey Roddick experience tonight after 6:30 in its entirety. No Guardians baseball until Saturday. We don't have the time yet. We don't have the other team yet.
Yeah.
But opponent, that's a good word.
Opponent.
We don't have the opponent yet. But it's going to happen.
Their op. I got ops.
Yeah. On Saturday, game 1 here at home. And then game 2 Monday here at home 1 week from tonight. And then they will hit the road. I mean, what? Most likely they'll play the Tigers?
No, I mean,
No?
Houston's good. And I think they got home field advantage. So,
All right. Well, you will.
I'd rather play the Tigers than Houston.
Yeah.
I don't like that team.
You will hear all of them here on WMMS. Again, we are anticipating that the Guardians would play in the afternoon game because the Yankees get prime time. So we'll get that information very, very soon. Today is the last day if you're going to do any shopping at CLE Clothing Company. Today, last day of September, very last day to use the promo code GUARDIAN, and then we'll pivot to a different promo code starting tomorrow. October 1, already tomorrow. Erie, E-R-I-E. Like the little body of water we have over here. You can use that for 20% off whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. I don't know if you guys have heard about this girl. Her name is Hawk Tua. They call her the Haley Welch girl.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, she is really blowing up. I don't know if this clip has made the rounds, but it is absolutely hilarious.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tua and spit on that thing. You get me?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm predicting big things for this girl. Her podcast.
Yeah, but there's no way her podcast will end up being like a top podcast in the country.
Oh, it's funny you say that.
Oh, no.
It's funny you say that. Reports of her demise have been greatly exaggerated. Every time she comes out with something new, people go, all right. But she's just so gosh darn nice and cute that people have given her a little bit more of a leash than they might otherwise. And plus, on her podcast, because apparently that's the place to be, she gets good guests.
Mm-hmm.
Her podcast is called Talk Tua, which I have to say
great name.
Is a great name for a podcast. It's on the iHeartRadio app, and it is currently, at least as far as Spotify goes, it is currently the number 3 most popular podcast behind Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson. Can you believe Tucker Carlson is the number 2? There's a part of my brain where I go
Spotify ratings.
Yeah, but still, that means a hell of a lot of people are listening to Tucker Carlson and Roseanne babble about whatever. Anywho, Haley Welch's Talk Tua podcast is currently number 3. She's had. I still think about the guy who asked her the question, right? Here's 2 dudes. They might have a huge following. I don't know. I'm not familiar with them. Tim and DTV. A guy's walking around talking to people. But she blew up, and I don't know if anything happened for those guys, if the needle moved, but she sold thousands of Hawk Tua hats. She's made about $100,000 in merch sales. You still sell merch at shows, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have CDs, both
Okay.
Hillbilly Bougie and Nothing Matters. I want something new, but I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Gotcha.
No Hawk Tua hats, but what are you gonna do?
Bill is real stickers.
Bill is real.
Mm-hmm.
So her first episode was Whitney Cummings, and it's Jake Paul's company that produces her podcast. So, he's going to be on. But again, there's a little bit of calculus, too, that you have to figure out. You want to be on, if you're a guest, you want to be on this show while it's hot. You don't want to be on it, really, when it starts to peter out, and you never know when that is. I mean, you can obviously look at your track your data and your listens and all that, but she's killing it right now. The Hawk Tuah girl. Talk to. Now, have any of us actually listened to this?
No.
I'm curious enough to maybe listen to a few minutes of it, at least her and Whitney Cummings. By the way, somebody did a write-up on a Whitney Cummings show, and I'm curious, maybe you guys can tell me if this is getting to be more of the standard thing. I was reading somebody did a big write-up. Whitney Cummings just did a show at the Beacon Theater in New York. It's only 2,600 people there. It's not huge, but she had 3 openers. Maybe I'm old school. You guys obviously would know better than I would. Been a long time since I was in the game. But I always think of it in terms of giving, for a theater show specifically, giving people a solid show as opposed to, I'm getting ahead of myself. So she had 3 openers. One of them was like a friend or something. So this girl's like, oh, I've never played to this many people. It was Ian Fidance and somebody else. And then Whitney does an hour. So like an hour into the show, Whitney comes out. Mm-hmm. Does an hour. Then pulls out a couple of chairs and starts doing a podcast episode with one of the housewives. So the person doing the write-up was like, she was great and the other people were great, but at this point, like, people are starting to leave the theater.
It's so long.
And
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
a long show.
It's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, is it pivoting to like people are just
I've never
using
seen
their
that
shows
before.
to record their content and whoever hangs out, hangs out?
I've
Or
never seen that before.
like
Maybe
she had a
that's-
singer come out at the end so she could sing with her and
Yeah.
and they're like, we love Whitney Cummings, but Jesus Christ, I mean, who wants a friggin' 3.5, 4 hour show?
Yeah, that's not like anything that I've experienced because even like seeing Segura last week, he had 2 openers. They did 10 to 15 each, and then he did an hour.
That's what
so
I
it's
mean.
like still about a 90, like maybe 100-minute show. But
what you
I
would
haven't seen-
expect.
Yeah, what you'd expect. I haven't seen anything like that. Even, Mark Normand they'll do like a Q&A at the end, more of a thing where people will like yell out a topic just so they can riff on those like more current event type topics and see if they get a clip out of it. But I've not seen anybody do a full podcast episode afterwards.
Do another day of that.
Yeah.
Or an afternoon show. Do that at 4 and then have the show at 7.
Like Jordan Jensen was just in town and she did 5 regular shows at Hilarities, and then Sunday did a podcast episode with Ian Fidance, and that was like a separate thing. It wasn't like
if you want to go to that,
Yeah.
that's
what that thing is. Yeah, I haven't heard of anybody doing what Whitney did here, but maybe it's just like, hey, I'm going to try this out.
Yeah. Like Mateo landed Carnegie Hall and he had 4 openers.
But you also have to understand that those people are probably only doing 10 minutes each.
If that.
They're not doing, 4 people aren't each doing 20 minutes.
No, I understand, but why? Like just putting pals up there?
Well, if you're doing a huge show, you want to put your friends in front of thousands of people. Hey, I think this comic's really funny. Here's an opportunity for you to be in front of 5,000 people.
Yeah, Mateo was just in town this past weekend, and he had River Butcher open for him, and love River. So like that's a cool opportunity, and I don't know how. I don't know if he had more than that, but like it's a good. You can make a really good living if you are opening for theater acts and arena acts.
Yeah, but she's not like some. Still she?
He.
Sorry. Yeah. He is not a newbie.
No one's
been doing it a long time.
But who said anybody's a newbie?
No. We're talking about like putting your friends in front to give them 10 minutes to expose them. That's what the Whitney thing sounded like. They're like, this one girl said it was like her second show, but of course she had 200,000 followers on Instagram, so that's why she's up there.
Well, that might just, that's, I don't see a lot of that. Because, I mean, most of the time, the people that are opening for an act like that are headliners.
Yeah. I wanted to put it to you guys because I didn't know if this was like the way theater shows were going.
Not usually.
Okay.
It's usually 90% of the theater shows I've been on are 2-man shows.
Yeah.
Where it's me doing a half hour or 20 minutes and then the headliner doing the rest.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it.
They usually don't even have a host.
Yeah, usually it's like 2 people, or maybe a third. But I don't. Yeah. But also, if you're doing Carnegie Hall and you go,
yeah, I do what you want to do.
I'm gonna have a bunch.
I might never be here again, so why not? But yeah. No, yeah. Anyway, okay. I was curious. Alan, I had you guys blasting in the car with the top down, and I was just pulling into the neighborhood.
Where?
What's that?
I don't know. It's not really a top-down day. I feel.
Isn't it really warm?
I mean,
out?
it's 70 degrees out, but it just with the cloudiness, it doesn't seem like.
Well, this person likes to drive with the top down, baby.
All right.
And volume was up, so I could hear the show. I needed to hear the show over the sound of the wind, and so I had it way up. And then I was pulling into the neighborhood, right as you were playing that guy calling you a homosexual, and all of the old people that were outside gave me dirty looks. Well, that's unfortunate. But I bet they've heard of gay people before, I would imagine. But he said it made my day. So there you go.
You homosexual!
Imagine you're coming around the corner of your cul-de-sac. Of course, cul-de-sacs don't have corners, do they? You're coming around a corner and into your cul-de-sac. And, just an old neighborhood lady. Maybe not even old. Maybe just somebody who's unnecessarily crusty. Every neighborhood there's like a crusty broad living in one of the houses.
No, explain more about the crusty broad.
And she'll have every neighborhood's got a crusty broad, right? Like she might be a widow, she might be a divorcee, and boy, you run into her. She's nice enough. She'll give you a piece of her mind. Won't hesitate to give you a piece of her mind. You lived out in the sticks. You don't know. Mary grew up in a neighborhood.
Yeah,
I bet there was.
I
bet there was a crusty broad in your neighborhood.
There was a lady at the end of the street. Nobody was. I don't remember what her backstory was, but we weren't allowed to go to her house. She'd yell at us when we'd play in her yard. She was just a mean old lady.
Yeah, crusty broad.
I don't know that she was crusty, but
well, you say
she
mean.
handed out popcorn balls at Halloween.
Yeah, what's the matter with that?
That's crusty broad behavior.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
I loved popcorn balls when I was a kid. My grandma would make them at Christmas.
Oh, I've never had a homemade one. I've only ever had the ones that come in the plastic.
Oh. Well, I mean, she would wrap hers in saran wrap.
No, the ones you buy at the store.
Oh, no, I've never had a store-bought one. My grandmother would make them. So as a result, I have not had a popcorn ball.
Was she a crusty broad?
In a decade. My grandmother?
Yeah.
No, she was a lovely woman.
But maybe to you, but maybe to the neighborhood.
No.
She was a crusty broad.
No.
She was
universally loved.
What I'm saying is you may think these women are crusty, but they might be somebody's grandma, and they might not be that crusty to them.
Oh, I see. To their grandchildren, less crusty.
Don't crust a broad that you don't know.
True. Well, again, I want to make a distinction because I have called both groups out. There is a distinction between crusty broads and old crones. I did call a woman an old crone years ago, and I regret nothing. But crusty broads and old crones.
What's the
two
difference?
Different. Well, I think a crusty broad, there's still some humor to her,
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of a wink and a nod, but she'll tell you what she thinks. Okay. An old crone is just mad every day she wakes up. Doesn't want to be here anymore. Generally, probably I'd say older, right? Well into the old thing, where a crusty broad could still be like, hey.
50?
Yeah, maybe.
70?
Yeah,
no.
She still might go to a couple.
50s and 60s, I feel like, would be a crusty broad.
Go to a couple of shows.
Childless.
You know how Maggie Smith passed away last week? 89 years old.
Yep.
Mary, you've seen Hook, right?
Uh-uh.
You never seen Hook?
Nope.
Oh, really?
Really?
Well, she played Granny Wendy in that movie, and they made her look 100 years old because she was supposed to be a very old lady. She was 56 in that movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's like when they talk about how young Wilford Brimley was in Cocoon.
Yeah. Maggie Smith has played old ass ladies her whole, like my entire life. And then I find out that she was only 56 when she was playing a 100-year-old. Now, did she do great in the role? Absolutely. But I felt like that was really insulting.
Stolen valor.
Yeah.
And the pictures of Maggie Smith when she was young.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
She was foxy. Alan, it was
she had
Mrs.
big, stupid eyes too.
It was Mrs. Edwards in my neighborhood across the street who was the crusty broad. I was her paper boy, meanest woman in the world, but during the holidays, great tips. I actually went into her house and found her dead in the chair when I was 11.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
That is great.
That's a great story.
Mrs. Edwards. She's already growing into her chair.
Why is that awesome or great?
When you're 11?
To find an old... No, not...
Why do you think Stand By Me is one of the most popular movies ever?
That's gotta be a boy thing, then.
It's traumatic
Well,
if
it
it's like your parent. If it's just the old lady in your neighborhood, it's exciting and interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that would have messed me up, dude.
It might have.
Like, big time.
You might be right.
Like, run
I would've
out of
loved
the
it.
house screaming at the top of my lungs.
Why? Just because a person is not living anymore?
When you're 11, that's
what?
probably your first interaction with death.
You're not. Oh, please. I was
Other
going
than
to
maybe a
funerals
dog or
my whole
something.
life. Well, okay, then that's the difference. I mean, I was going to funerals my whole life.
No.
Okay.
My grandpa died when I was like 3 or 4. And then after that,
Did you
I
find
did
him?
not. No, I didn't experience death until my grandma after that, and I was like 14.
Oh, okay, so you didn't really have a whole lot of
No,
experience.
my
with
grandma's funeral is the first funeral I remember going to.
I
and I was
see.
like 14 years old.
Oh, okay.
And then, well, that's also why I think my dad's death hit me so hard, is because after that, I had one friend kill himself. He was in the military. And then after that, it was like nobody really died.
Well, suicide's a whole other deal, too. Yeah.
But that's
maybe
what I'm saying,
just
like,
really uncomfortable with death. I
The
was like, I'm
distinction
not-
of it being somebody that is just like in your neighborhood that you like, oh, old people die anyway. Like, it's not like
I guess.
somebody that you love and care about. It's like, I'm just trying to get my paper boy money.
Trying to
And
get
then
them
you-
holiday tips.
And then you get to, like, and then everybody's like, oh, you found her? How do you know she was dead? And you're like, get all this attention because you're like, I think there is, the little boy in me would have loved to have found an old lady that wasn't a family member dead.
Well, this person texted me back, said, I'm all good. No trauma.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alan, would you consider Drunk Sue a crusty broad? That's what I'm talking about. Bullseye. Drunk Sue is a crusty
You haven't
broad.
heard from her in a minute either.
She called the week before. I think when you were gone, she called.
Okay.
Me and it was a
She hasn't been on the chat lately.
Captain Fun and Stepmom Air show. All right, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. What do you have coming up, William?
If you're a crusty broad, an old crone, or anything in between, come on out to the Funny Stop on the 11th and 12th of October. And then we'll be down in Canton. I got some stuff coming up at Imposters Theater and then also Columbus. All that is available at BillSquire.com. And thanks to everybody that came out to Wadsworth. It was a good show.
Ron and Willoughby's asking if that...
Shut up, Ron.
If that person collected from Mrs. Edwards one last time.
Who went through her purse?
Yeah, went into her house coat, a little pocket there. What do you have coming up, Mary Lynn?
The week after Bill's at Funny Stop, I'm there, October 18th and 19th, and then I'll be in Bentonville, Arkansas this weekend. Grab tickets and information at marysantora.com.
Very cool. I'm on your socials at Alan Cox Show. The program will be available for you in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your podcasts generate. If you want to watch, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. All kinds of fun and frivolity there for you. Messages, leave them on the app. Talkback button is there. If you want to drop voicemails, the after hours line is there too. That is 216-986-8903. The Corey Roddick Experience is next. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet.